Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you're all having a good afternoon. I am back after my weekend. Well, kind of an extended weekend, really. Um, no, I actually have. I kind of want to have a little bit of a discussion point for Dark and Darker and the next wipe. Hey Blue, hey Batu, hey Nexus, hey Skinny Bandit. Uh, okay, so this is not about Reddit specifically. I'm actually a little bit worried about Dark and Darker at the moment, and it has nothing to do with Reddit. It actually has to do with the player count and the Twitch viewers as well. So over the weekend, or really every weekend, I know the player count gets like a little resurgence from Arena. I happened to look at the Twitch category earlier today, and I was extremely saddened, to be real with you, to see the current state of Dark and Darker's Twitch just viewership as a whole. I want to have like a little bit of a discussion here on do we think I'll just show it first and then we can kind of talk about it. So I have a question for you guys, legitimately here. How are you currently enjoying the season? Because I personally think this is one of the most fun seasons that we've had in Dark and Darker in quite a while. However, seeing 400 total viewers in the Twitch category, this is total viewership for everybody. And seeing, you know, one guy, Morty, with 100 viewers, and then everybody else is down here with like basically none. It's a little bit concerning seeing where we're kind of led to, and it feels like every single season of Dark and Darker that we get has been basically dwindling player count, like slowly but surely. Like every single season we lose like 5,000 max players or 5,000 peak. So I would be lying if I were to tell you that I was not considerably worried at the moment about the future of this game. It also kind of comes down to SDF's new project as well. I've seen some legitimate concerns about SDF making his new card game, and it kind of feels like Iron Mace as a company is taking a direction of not releasing Dark and Darker out of EA and kind of just going off to work on their new thing. And undoubtedly, you know, there's no one that can really say for sure what's going to happen with SDF's new game or Dark and Darker. But what I am a little bit worried about, and I think what is a legitimate problem, is I'm wondering if SDF's new game is going to take money, like, you know, monetary funds that Dark and Darker is making, and they're going to shoehorn that over to SDF's new game. And or if Dark and Darker is going to get slower updates. Which honestly, it kind of sucks that I even have to, that I am even like talking about this, because again, this has been one of the most fun seasons that I've had playing Dark and Darker. I think Paul has been very, very good for this game this season. He's come out with so many good patches over the last few weeks slash like month and a half that I'm wondering like what the plans are for the future. You know, if SDF's new game does not hinder the development of Dark and Darker, you know, I'm hoping that some kind of big advertising wave comes, because I know that they mentioned doing advertising for next season, but it's worrying. Honestly, yeah, that's really all I can say. It's worrying currently. Seeing the Twitch viewership drop as far as it has. And like, yeah, it's towards like the end of the season, but that we have other extraction games that do not have this poor viewership slash player count that are in, you know, like the same like extraction genre, not the melee based, but you know, this is not how I think this is not how an end of season should look. We should still have like a decent player count at this point. And I feel like the fact that we don't is indicative of a root problem. And I don't really know exactly what it is. There's kind of a little bit of a short list in my mind as to what issues Dark and Darker currently has. I want to talk a little bit about those key issues, and I want to know what you guys currently think about that. I know I've mentioned it on stream at like kind of in pieces before. But I think it's kind of important because really, if things don't start going better soon for Dark and Darker, I am afraid this game is going to get put into some kind of maintenance mode, which would really suck because again, Paul has done, I think, so well at really piecing together this game since SDF has kind of stepped down from lead development. If the game's good, why is it under 4K? Well, I enjoy the game. I personally I personally think that Dark and Darker is currently in a decent spot. So I'm saying from my own point of view that I enjoy the game. That's really what I'm getting at here. Okay, look. I'm also gonna be like upfront about this too. Let's see, was it getting bar clayed? I do not think that using the excuse of other game titles releasing or having new seasons is a good reason, or the reason why Dark and Darker is struggling the way that it is. Because there are plenty of other game titles. Extraction game, even like Hunt Showdown, doesn't have nearly this player count number, and they have the same competition that everyone else has. Like like you're giving the example of Path of Exile. Hunt Showdown has the same Path of Exile competition, and Hunt Showdown has like 22,000 players. You know, I think the excuse of, well, there's that other game out, I think isn't really the core issue of why Dark and Darker is down so bad right now. Just like I don't know. I just wanted to say that. I personally am not a big advocate of basically finger pointing the blame of Dark and Darker like not doing well because of another game or another title, pretty much. Is that fair? Does that make sense? Hey Feezy. Yeah, welcome. Well, I didn't I kind of wanted to just do like a normal dad stream. Well, I guess I did and I did not want to make a normal dad stream. I've been kind of burning. I think I've burned myself out a little bit on the season, but it's partly because I think we're just slowing down as well. Like knowing that wipe is soon for me personally makes me not like want to play as much, and I don't know if maybe that adamant is spread throughout a lot of the other community as well, like, you know, you guys. I personally have been kind of struggling a little bit with wanting to play because again, I know like, okay, well, everything's gonna be wiped in, you know, some 3 odd weeks anyway. So like, do I really want to sit here and like, is it even worth like the time and effort to farm? And then High Roller, we could get into the real, like, some of the core gameplay issues right now. Well, one of them at least is, I'm like, do I even want to play High Roller right now? I tried to play off stream, by the way. I did play off stream HR yesterday or the day before, and every single lobby that I was in had minimum one Squire, Invis, Caltrop, Smokepot, Rogue. Not looting. Never looting. Only there to try to follow players until they had to PvP and trying to steal loot. And it's really, really unfun. I don't know if you guys are having the same issues, but this is not like a streaming issue. You know, it's not like I'm sitting here getting stream sniped. I'm talking off-stream gameplay. I feel like I cannot play the game without getting hard followed by naked rogues the entire game. And it's really unfun getting it's not really enjoyable. You know, I don't know if you guys are noticing the same issues in HR. I don't know if it's a solo issue or if it's in duos and trios, or if it's just, I don't know if it's rogue, but like, I don't think it's rogue because the issue like is really always there. Again, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's causing it or where or what game modes it's in. All I know is that currently solo HR is incredibly unfun because it is full of rat rogues that are there to do nothing but, well, not really grief, but they're there to just rat other PvP players, you know? They're not there to 0 to hero because, again, they're not looting. They don't loot chests. They're not doing anything. They're only there to follow players, you know? And I did wonder if that is, I have to wonder, is that part of why at least the high roller player base has kind of been dwindling a little bit? Because I definitely don't feel like we have the same population in high roller that we did, you know, a month or so ago. And that could also be partly because of the player base dropping as much as it has. You know, we're down to 2,000, we're under 3K in Dungeon. And that's with all platforms. That's Steam and Blacksmith. So, you know, we have under 3,000 players, and that is spread across normals, HR, PvE, with, you know, 4 different maps for every mode. Then you have Squire to Riches, which is the 13th mode. Then you also have to factor in the servers. There's like, what, 8? Yeah, what is it, 8 servers in this game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yeah. So there's 8 servers, along with, you know, a million different queues. We have less than 3,000 players. I definitely think the player count at this point is getting to the point where it is actually making the gameplay suffer. 3,000 players in an extraction game is very good numbers. It might be better. Like, maybe I would agree with you. Perhaps, if not for the fact that we could do the math on it. 4, 8, 12. 4, 8, 12. 13. 13 times 8 is what? 104. So we have 104 different ways to play Dark and Darker between maps, servers, and, you know, like the mode that you play. Divide that by 2,700 people. What is that? 27? No, 270, right? No, I'm dumb. 27 is right. Yeah, because 270 would be times 10. So there is approximately 27 players per queue per map. So if it were to be like an even split, it is, I mean, of course it's probably not an even split. I would say there's more players in, say, US West and East than there are in like Oceania and South America. But no, I don't think 3,000 players is necessarily a large number when you are looking at the fact that we have as many queue sizes as we have. Hey Scoom, welcome. Good to see you, man. Well, you know, that's kind of an entirely different conversation. There's been I always see people say, well, Dark and Darker had 60,000 players, which is true, right? Dark and Darker at launch, we did have 60,000 players. The thing is, we launched in late May of 2024 with 60K. In 2 weeks, right? May, no, I'm sorry, not 2 weeks. It goes to July, not June. So in July, it's end of July. So in 2 months. Yeah. So in 2 months' time, sorry, I wanted to like make sure I wasn't like saying the wrong thing. In 2 months' time, we dropped half the players from May to July. That is really bad. So like, yeah, we peaked at 60K on Steam, but this peak was short-lived. We did not stay here for very long. really, I would argue that our peak was more, I mean, maybe not peak, but our average high, whatever you want to call it, was more like 30,000 players. Because again, once we reached this 30,000 point 2 months after launch, it never recovered past 30k. We have been bleeding players every single month since, like, 2 years ago. Every month, it has not changed. And it's very, very unfortunate because I love this game. And I hate that this is happening to one of my favorite games of all time. I hate it. I've already been through this. Like, I've been through so many extraction games coming and going. I mean, there's like the obvious ones that I'm sure is already been mentioned in chat at some point because I've been like rambling. But like there's like the obvious like Dungeonborn, right? Which I went through. Died in like 6 months, of course, because of like shit development and all that other fun stuff. Dark and Darker wasn't like a quick 6-month thing though. I feel like Dark and Darker has been just bleeding players slowly but surely over the last 2 years. And I think really it is SDF to blame, and I think most people here would probably be agreed, or would agree with that. I think if it wasn't for SDF making the decisions that he did, really the big ones were like removing solos, removing duos, doing like the wild balance changes that he did, I am fairly positive that this player count would not be to the point it is right now. I really don't think it would. Blame Iron Mace for consistently rolling out poor balance changes. Well, outside of this patch or this season, King Wolf, I would agree with you. I think this season, Paul has done very well with the patches. I think so, at least. Lying about new content? Has Iron Mace lied about new content? Because I don't know if I'm aware of that. You might have to clarify that. Bossing isn't fun or rewarding. I agree with that as well. I think Iron Mace... I think the updates to Fire Colossus have been pretty annoying, personally, for this season. I also think the Fire... or the Goblin Caves, like, down... whatever that place is called. The cave, hell, whatever. I feel like that area is just not very balanced. I think the loot is pretty lackluster. And really just isn't a fun place to go. Whenever I go down... I went down to Goblin Caves, hell, a few times off stream, yesterday, or 2 days ago. And it was dead every single game. Nobody... There was, like, one, like, Squire Bard trying to fight boss and dying. And then it was, like, maybe one, like, rat, like, Bard. Just, like, running around, like, opening, like, chests. And that was it. Like, HR, or, yeah, like, HR Goblin Caves Hell is basically dead at this point in the season. And it's unfortunate, because I feel like this entire season was based around this new map getting released. And I was super excited. You know, I've been asking for Goblin Caves Hell for a long-ass time. Now, we're talking years. I was asking for this since probably, like, playtest 5 or 4. You know, or whatever. Like to see, like, basically the playtest after Goblin Caves released was maybe that was 5, whatever. I've been asking for a hit Cave Hell. So when it finally came, I was really, really excited and happy. And now that the dust has kind of settled for the season, the cracks have, like, really shown themselves for this new map, and it's really unfortunate. Because I think that's just kind of one of, like, the many issues that Dark and Darker currently has. I mean, how many of you guys right now, actively, are going to Goblin Caves Hell? Again, I forget the name of the map, sorry. The fire map. How many of you guys are going down there on a normal game-to-game basis to just, like, play on the map because you like the map? Like, how many of you were just going down there to loot? Or do any, or Fire Deep, thank you. So how many of you guys are going to Fire Deep on, like, a normal game-by-game basis? Because I would be willing to bet you at least 90% of you do not actively go to that map, and it's probably more than 90%. I actually think that is a low amount. Yeah, thank you, Feezy, as well. Fire Deep, I got it now. Could not remember. I was scrolled up on Twitch. I was looking at that press comment. Nobody's going down to loot. Well, that's the problem, right? Because the map shouldn't feel that way. It's supposed to be a down map. Like, the loot on, like, if I'm going down a floor, it's assumed that the loot should be good, right? Like, that's the whole point of going down. Why am I going down to a harder map with more risk if the loot isn't worth it? And that's the problem, right? The only time I've gone down to Fire Deep this season was 2 times. Well, 2, like, reasons. One was to farm the boss and learn how to fight it. I learned how to fight it with quarterstaff before they nerfed the parry. The video I made for that, by the way, is still on my channel. It's privated because they made my entire boss guide completely irrelevant. That kind of made me upset. And then I went down there for questing. Like, I did the Goblin Caves quests, and I ran down and just kind of got them done. But outside of that, outside of questing and the boss rushing, which I no longer fight boss anymore, I haven't fought it in weeks. I don't even bother. It just doesn't feel like a good experience down there. Kill the player farming Volcano tier. Well, Watson, I was gonna do that. When I was off stream, I went down to Goblin Caves Hell a few times, and I was hoping that maybe I could do some, like, counter bossing. Nobody's really going down there. Loot's not that bad. Watson, the loot's pretty bad. If you compare the loot in Goblin Caves in Fire Deep, if you compare it to Water Map, I don't think the loot is even comparable. Or even, like, even Ice Hell, right? Or Ice Abyss. Ice Abyss 100% has better loot than Fire Deep does. I mean, I've gone down there a few times and just, like, done, like, basic chest opening and all that, and I feel like I never really get anything that's that worthwhile. Honestly, I think the upper Goblin Caves floor has better loot than the lower floor does. Well, that's also a fair point. That's fair. A lot of people that go to Goblin Caves do not go there to PvE or to do anything other than PvP. It's basically like the glorified PvP arena map. And that could also be why the rat rogues are so horrendous currently on HR, at least in caves specifically, because no one's there to loot anyway, so the rogues go there just to, like, hope they can find 2 geared players fighting and try to, like, third party or do whatever they're gonna do. So I definitely don't disagree with that. I would have liked the water map so much. I saw a great Reddit comment. I know that's, like, actually, I can't believe I just said that. But I saw a comment under a water map discussion, and the guy had said that the water map feels like a map that would have been a good start to an alternative game. You know, it doesn't feel like the water map fits the design style of Dark and Darker because the water map combat is not very good. So it almost feels like the map was designed in a way where if we had, like, an alternative game, like if we had, like, a new Dark and Darker, let's call it Dark and Darker 2, for example, the water map would be, like, a good foundation for a brand new, like, style of combat, where maybe water was, like, more centered around, so you could really balance around the water PvP. Because right now, like, realistically, what are you going to do with water map PvP? It's only on one map, and most of your player base is not playing there. So how much, realistically, how much resource do you think Iron Mace is going to be willing to invest in trying to make water map PvP truly balanced when 90% of their game is focused around land combat, you know? No landmine rogues on water map? No, that's not what I heard, Hexen. I heard that apparently landmine rogues in HR, they I don't want to give people ideas, but landmine rogues on water map stick to they where do they sit? It's where the expressman is. They sit there where the expressman is and wait for people to go over there. That's what I've been told, at least, on like threads. I don't know the exact area. Yeah, I don't know the exact area because I don't play water map. I just know that I saw that they're like camping that general spot. Here in Australia, you've been trying to find a match where there's people to fight, but every time you play, it's always empty map. All the PvP extraction medieval games are crumbling. Yeah, unfortunately, honestly, it's sad. It's sad, but it's true. I mean, how many freaking extraction games have we went through, man? We have, Dungeonborn died. Dungeon Stalkers died. Elde Garde died. Midnight Walkers, I'm convinced, is like on its way out. I don't know how this game can survive. Walkers is sitting on like 100 players or something. I think it's only a matter of time before they sunset this game too. Virtually every single extraction medieval, like you know, melee extraction that I played in the last year, they've all died. All of them. It sucks. It truly sucks. Because this is one of my... No, I would not even one of my... This is my favorite genre of game. There is no genre like melee extraction that I think I would ever be able to play and find it just as fun. This, like, truly, this is the genre for me, you know? So, if something happens, you know, SDF's new game... I don't really know. If SDF takes resources from Dark and Darker, like I'm worried it's gonna do. Maybe this is like tinfoil hat. You know, if you think I'm being like overreacting, you're welcome to tell me. But it really feels to me like this new game SDF is creating, I feel like it is very likely going to take resources away from Dark and Darker, because I think, like, where is SDF going to get the money for this game? Where, like, you know, where is he getting the money? To me, the most logical answer to that is he's going to get money from Dark and Darker. Why wouldn't he? He doesn't, it's not like SDF works as a bartender on the side, as far as I know. So, like, where is this income coming from? It's coming from Dark and Darker. Maybe he just uses his personal fund, like, money that he gives himself from dad. I don't know exactly how I don't know how their money works, you know? I don't know if he pays himself, like, a salary or what. But, like, I am a little bit worried that they're gonna just take money away from dad, which is desperately needed for advertising and, God forbid, like, better content. And it's going to end up resulting in Dark and Darker being kind of put into this, like, weird, as I said earlier, kind of like a maintenance mode spot where the game just isn't really getting what it needs, and then eventually it kind of fizzles out, you know? Hey, thank you, Grucci, for the 5 gifted subs, though. I do appreciate that. Thank you. You know what? I have heard about Ad Mortem. That might be the first non-extraction game that I genuinely might end up wanting to play on stream. Yeah, this game actually looks pretty sick. I don't know when it's supposed to release exactly, but yeah, when this game does come out, I will probably give it a try. Yeah, I mean, having a true melee-focused game, even if it's not an extraction... I'm all for melee, like, PvP. So, I mean, there is PvP in this game, right? Am I like tripping? Is it both? You know, actually, maybe I don't really know much about this game. Is this gonna be PvE only, or is it gonna have players as well? It's gonna be both, right? Yeah, online PvP, right? That's what it says over here. Yeah, so I think it's... it has PvP tags. Yeah, I see that now. Yeah, the PvP multiplayer. But it also says co-op as well, so I'm not like exactly sure. I don't know how the game's gonna be set up, but regardless, the gameplay looks good. Whether it's PvE or PvP, the gameplay looks fun. So I definitely am probably gonna give this a go. There's a new fresh video. Can you post the link? Hex, the Twitch probably won't let you do it. If you send it to me or a mod, I could look at it. Like, you'd have to DM it to me. Yeah, I mean, I clearly see PvE in this trailer here. So my best assumption is it's going to be both PvE and PvP. That needs to change drastically, both maps and how the game loop functions. The water map isn't bad, but it's not meant to be an all-around thing. I don't think the water map is really a great indicator of. I don't know. I think they wasted their time on the water map, unfortunately. I think the entire season they dedicated to making that water map was a mistake. Which is really unfortunate because it just adds another map / queue to the game that is kind of just dead. I know there's a few of you out there that like the water map, and like that's cool. I'm glad you like it. That's fine. I'm not here to shit on your parade, so to speak. But I do think that for the health and like longevity of Dark and Darker, wasting your time on a brand new mechanic like water fighting, which is clearly not completely developed / not balanced, I just don't think that was the right call. You know, wishlist that, it looks pretty fun. Yeah, I think this. Does anyone know a release date for Ab Mortem? Because I am kind of interested. I'll have to keep an eye on this and wait to see if they ever add anything. I'm sure it won't be too long. You're still mad at Dungeonborn? It really had nice gameplay. Grucci. Yeah, I think, I know there's still a small... Actually, it's not even a small. There's a pretty large amount of players out there that I think would play Dungeonborn right now if it released with more competent devs. Like, if they release, like, a revamped Dungeonborn and they came back and they had, like, better devs and better development, I think people would probably play it. You're like me. White melee extraction is the best. You don't know if it'll even play Dark and Darker, or you don't know if you'll even game anymore, like if Dark and Darker dies fully and another one doesn't come out. Yeah, White, I'm with you there. I think the real problem is I've been trying to get into FPS extraction games because that is what's currently popular. I mean, really, you look at like Arc Raiders player count, for example, and it's very clear that most players prefer the shooter style of game versus the melee focused. Like Arc Raiders is sitting at 152,000 players. Like sure their peak was 480, but not like all games are not gonna like maintain their absolute peak. It's not gonna happen, And I don't like fault Dark and Darker for losing the peak from 60k to like 30, but if you like compare it to Arc Raiders, so they lost, say, what is that, 66% of their players, but it's such a higher number that I feel like it's a very different comparison. But if Dark and Darker was sitting at 20,000, because that would be 66%, or roughly, if we were sitting at 20k players right now, I don't think I would feel like this. I don't think this stream would ever even be happening. It wouldn't, straight up. But the fact that we're down to 4k, we're not just down to 66%. We're down like 90%. What is 4,000 out of 60k? The 4 out of 60 is what? 2 out of 30, 1 out of 15. So that's 7, 6. My quick math is failing me. 60, 90. No, that's right. It's like it's around like 6.7. Okay, I don't want to say that. The kids don't like that number, or they love that number. Anyway, yeah, it's like it's about it would be the equivalent of if Arc Raiders was down to like oh my god. I'm crying. I can't say it now. Oh my god. It's true though. It's literally the number. It's the exact percentage. It's actually 6.7%. Anyway, moving on from that nonsense. Yeah. So I don't think that Arc Raiders like losing players is the same as Dark and Darker losing players. Number one, it's way higher than Dark and Darker player count, so it's basically irrelevant anyway. But number two, even if you look at it as a percentage, it doesn't really matter because Arc Raiders has not lost nearly as many players as that has. And like, sure, like I guess maybe after 2 years, maybe Arc Raiders player count will continue to fall. But if you're asking me, I personally do not think that Arc Raiders player count will fall to this level anytime soon, if ever. I think Arc Raiders is gonna always have like a relatively stable player base as long as they continue to like update their game well. And really, I think it comes down to, well, one, Arc Raiders is just an objectively good game. But number two, I think FPS extraction games are just way more popular than melee extraction games. I mean, look at the Twitch viewers, man. Dude, I mean, Arc Raiders has 78,000 Twitch viewers. It's freaking half of the player count right now. Dark and Darker has 400 Twitch viewers. It's just, it's sad. It's sad, right? I hate seeing this. It sucks. So for Dark and Darker, what do you think is currently hindering the game from growing? Or what do you think is currently bad about the game? So I've already talked about Fire Deep, and I've talked about the water map. You know, another thing that I think is a problem. Oh, here, I'll read that comment first, actually. Arena needs to be 24/7. It's counterproductive that people put the game down until Arena opens again. You know, we can talk about that for a minute, actually. I'm okay with talking about that. How do you guys feel about Arena mode right now? I think there's two sets of people right now in Dad. There's one group of people that love Arena, only play Arena, and farm the core game like they farm HR for Arena kits. There's a second group of people, like me, that don't play Arena at all. So I'm obviously not really, like, the go-to guy for unbiased opinions here. Because I just don't really care about Arena. But I have seen the argument many times that Arena should just be open 24/7. You know, just be open all throughout the week. So what do you guys think about that specifically? Do you think Arena should ever close? Hey, Repos. No tutorial 3 years in? Repos, I'm kind of glad you said that. Because some of the other extractions that are coming out this year, you know, the betas that I played, they already have tutorials. And even though those, I don't know if those games are going to go well or not, of course. Like, it's possible that just with all the other games in this genre, they all just die off and it just leaves Dark and Darker as like the sole game, which is it's not good for us, by the way. If you were a fan of Dark and Darker, you should not want other melee extraction games to fail, because competition is the only way this game is ever going to succeed. Anyway, that's like a whole different, we can talk about that next. But yeah, what do you guys think about Arena? I wanted to focus on one thing and not like deviate too much. Do you guys think Arena should be open 24/7? You don't think Arena should exist, period? Well, Loki, that's kind of what I said earlier, where I think there's two different types of people. There's the type of people that play Arena only, and then there's the type of people that don't like Arena at all. I don't think removing arena is what would be the right call. There's so many people that play this game for arena, you're just hurting the player base total. So I guess the real question is, I would assume the reason that you would not want arena open during the week is because it takes away players from the base game. Like, if you have arena open 24/7, then it takes players away that might play in, like, the normal game. But the question I have for you is, if somebody only logs in for arena anyway, does it even matter? Why even bother? I really feel like at this point in time, the player base is down so far. I think you just take the players you can get, man. I think if there's thousands of people that want to be online for arena mode, just let them be on the game. You know, I don't even see it as a bad thing at all. I don't play arena. I don't care about arena. But the players that are wanting to play arena all day are not the people that are going to the dungeon. It's a different type of player. And I don't think hindering those players by wanting to load into the game and reducing our player count is actually the right call. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I think, yeah, people that only want to play arena, they don't just start playing Dark and Darker during the week. Like, they don't do that. They just go and play other games and come back on the weekend. So really all that does is hurt the player count, right? I don't know. I kind of feel like having arena just open all the time at this point would be fine. Again, even as someone that doesn't like arena, I'm all for the player here, you know. And if I think something is good for the game, even if I don't care about it, I would still vouch for it. So I would be fine with arena being just open at this point. I wouldn't mind that at all. Heck, honestly, if arena was open all year, like all day long, I might even like play it every once in a while. But usually during the weekends, I'm not even online. I'm usually out and busy. So I very rarely even really get much of a chance to play arena. And when it is out, I usually don't really feel like playing it. But like if it was open all week, there might be some times where I like maybe might play some arena here and there. But usually when I think like, oh, maybe I'll play some arena, it's closed. So, you know, there's that. Oh, so what are the comment on that message that Repose had sent? Where's it at? Might have lost it. Okay, I don't see it, but I know what he said. So Repose had said that, I think it was Legacy and another game had launched with tutorials. Shit, I can't find his comment. Oh, here it is. Arc Raiders and Legacy, off the top of your head, both launched with a basic tutorial. You're not sure about Marathon, but you're assuming you have one as well. Yeah, so I'm with you, Repose. I think another topic of discussion is this game has one of the worst onboarding experiences for new players I've ever seen. Legitimately. This game is so bad for new players. Also, let me see if I can even find it on like the Steam page for Dark and Darker. I doubt I can find this at this point because it's probably buried. There was a community post that I found, and it was people talking about a guide for new players. It was not this one, unfortunately. Actually, this is a new post. Inaccessible for new players. This is from 18 hours ago. I immediately love this game. The vibes are immaculate. That said, after 20 hours of gameplay, I would expect to have some idea what's going on at any given time. I understand these types of games are highly competitive, but I am not opposed to all of that. However, there has to be some semblance of accessibility as well if the game is going to survive. As most people, possibly myself included, will not put hundreds of hours into a game without ever making progress. I don't even know what to suggest as I get killed so fast I can't figure out what's going on or how to improve. And yes, it's obviously a skill issue, but without any way to improve for new players, it will be a game that won't exist issue. So perhaps we can have a discussion about it. Honestly, I agree. I agree with everything this guy is saying. It kind of just goes into what I was saying before I realized this post existed. This game for new players is horrible. There's no tutorial, there's no onboarding. The game doesn't teach you shit. It doesn't talk to you about the Squire, like making like free kits, or you know, it doesn't talk to you about like the, oh freaking, where is it at? Like making like gear sets and stuff from here. It doesn't tell you about like what each merchant does. Like, yeah, I guess like sure, you can just explore it, but it doesn't tell you about the stats either. Like, there are so many damn stats in this game that if you have not been playing for a while, you would not have any idea what they do. How many people out here do you think would be able to, or do you think would know or figure out that strength scales at 15, or like the soft cap is 15 to get out of the negative? Like, how many people do you think actually know that without having someone else tell them? It's like one of those things where there's a lot of like hidden things that aren't really ever said to you as the player. Like having detailed tabs of tutorials for how to play the game and like how all of their freaking crazy ass stats work, I think would be like very like good for players. But instead you're just kind of left to fend for yourself, and people like me, I don't give a shit. I know everything. Well, okay, let's be clear. I guess I don't know everything. I know a lot of stuff. There's sometimes I find some new things that people correct me on. Like, I got the agility stats wrong. I thought agility gave a quarter speed, but it actually gives half a speed. I still think agility sucks, but I was wrong on that. But regardless, I do think that having, you know, some semblance of information to the player to help them understand this stuff. Because instead, I feel like Iron Mace has relied on the content creators, such as myself, to make new player guides to to basically band-aid fix the fact that this game has no tutorial at all, which is very it's overwhelming. This game, from a new player perspective, is very yeah, that's the only word I can think of. It's overwhelming, you know? Hold up, I read a comment I have to comment on real quick. You don't see why it needs to hold your hand. Zolrath, it needs to hold your hand because the reality is that casual players / new players are few and far between right now, and they're all quitting or not playing the game. So as a result of players, it's not the players' fault, but as a result of the mentality of players need to get good and the game shouldn't teach you how to play the game, as a result of that, we are now under 3,000 players in Dungeon. Because of that mentality of not actually trying to get new players in the game. That's the problem. Like, sure, you can give the whole get good adage, and again, I know like 99% of this game. There's of course a few things here or there that I might, like, because the updates happen, so like shit changes and I might like not know exactly what happened with an update or whatever. But for the most part, like, I know basically everything there is to know about this game. But I am not the majority. I am like the top 1%, top 0.5% of players that have as much time as I have. I have 4,000 hours in this game, I think. 3,600 plus the time from like the old like playtests, which is probably a few hundred hours, I would imagine. Yeah, so I'm sitting here with almost 4,000 hours, you know? How is a new player supposed to ever even attempt to amass the knowledge that I have when there's not even a basic tutorial in-game to teach them how to play? Tutorial ain't gonna say the player count, dog? Sure. But a tutorial would have been nice if they added it, I don't know, a year ago, 2 years ago, when it released on Steam. What possible excuse do the developers have to not add a tutorial when the game released on Steam? This is not like at this point we're talking about something that should have changed years ago. Yes, adding a tutorial right now probably isn't going to save the game. Yeah, I mean, that's like no shit, of course, right? Of course it's not. This is more of a... The fact that we do not have a tutorial still, after so long of the game being out, is... It is a disservice to the game. Yes, of course, it is probably too late for a tutorial. It is too late for a tutorial at this point to save it, yes. I mean, I agree with you there. That doesn't mean it never should have been released. I still think it is a clear... I think it's wrong for Iron Mace to not add one. With PvE mode? PvE mode is terrible. That's a whole different conversation. PvE mode... It sucks. It sucks. Right now, PvE mode... I mean, we can go into a PvE game, and I can guarantee you, I can prove my point in one match. PvE mode is geared players with artifacts rushing for bosses, and then resourcefulness kits gobbling up the map to steal loot from other players. That's the entirety of PvE. PvE is not good for, it's not good. It's not good designed at all. Nothing about it is well designed. To be honest with you, with how PvE is currently implemented into the game, it would have been better if it never got added. It's piss easy because it's all normals mobs, so they're not challenging. The loot is very low, but the boss farmers can get stuff like spectral fabrics and troll pelts, which are actually worth like decent money. So the boss farmers are just sitting there in unkillable gear sets, like Bloodthirst, right? Because Bloodthirst Barb is super prevalent in PvE mode. And I don't even feel like PvE mode is made for new players at this point. I think it's being used more for the sweats that are just sitting there gold farming, or, well, maybe not, they're not sweats, but just call them gold farmers. It's more made for them than it is for these new players at this point. I honestly... I might get hate for saying this, but if Iron Mace isn't going to do anything with PvE to make it, like, actually good for new players and good for the game, I think it just doesn't belong in this game anymore. It is such a poor design game mode at this point that I don't even know why it exists. I just don't see what it's like, what the purpose is. Iron Mace has failed to make a workable PvE mode that helps onboard new players. I just don't understand what the point is at this point. I think you just make this, just go back to like the way it used to be, or make it like Arc Raiders is, where it's just, you know, PvP modes, and then try to go from there. I don't think it needs to be in the game anymore. I used to defend PvE mode, you know, like 8 months, 9 months, a year ago, and I don't think I have the same feeling that I had almost, you know, back when I used to defend it. I think at this point it just needs to be removed if Iron Mace doesn't know what to do with it, which very clearly they have no idea. Chinese gold farmers are using dead HR lobbies anyway. Well, I mean, sure. But that doesn't take away from the fact that PvE mode is just a bad mode in general. When most of your player base is utilizing PvE as a free farming mode by building 40 plus resourcefulness kits and or Bloodthirst Barb kits, and they're just using it as a way to make free gold, I feel like you've failed. You know, your PvE mode has failed. Because in my mind, PvE is either supposed to be for new onboarding players, or it's supposed to be a mode that you can play if you just don't like PvP. But I feel like it's not really doing either of those things. Instead, it's just resulted in just like sweaty gold farming modes. I mean, I don't know, man. That's how I feel, at least. Well, PvE would be better for new players if it wasn't for the fact that, how good of an experience do you think it is for a new player to go try to learn let's say, what boss? Let's say a Banshee, just an example. I'm a new player. I played for 10 hours and I go to fight Banshee. I'm in the middle of the fight and I'm finally learning how to fight it. I almost kill it. Some guy runs in, hits the boss with his artifact weapon like 2 or 3 times or whatever, kills it, and then with his 40 resourcefulness kit, he instantly loots all the loot off the boss and I never get to like touch anything from it. From a new player perspective, that is bullshit. That is not fun. Like, don't look at it as a dark and darker thing. Look at it as a gameplay design thing. That is not well-designed content at all for new players. How, like, I encourage you to find a single PvE player out there who thinks that is fun game design. You know, and that's the problem. Because they got about 80% of the game? Well, no. Because in PvP modes, you can kill the guy who is coming in to take your loot. In PvE mode, they are invincible. And because of the way they are building their kit, they are building it a way where they are going to always loot the entirety of the boss before you get a chance to loot it. Because the entire... PvE is honestly more egregious. It's like, it's more toxic than PvP mode is. At least you can freaking fight the player coming in to steal your loot for boss. In PvE mode, you just sit there and take it. That's it. That's all you can do. You just sit there and like, okay, well, I guess the bard gets to take my loot for free because he's running 300% interaction speed. You know? Like, ugh, man. This is what it is. The streamer who only loves PvE. I mean, that's fine. Like, if you want to play PvE, go for it. I'm just telling you, from a new player perspective, it's a terrible gameplay experience. There's a reason that we're not gonna gain new players because of the PvE in this game. It's not designed well. It's almost designed for veteran players at this point. Veteran players that understand stats and that want to just like free farm gold. It's basically what the entire mode is for at this point. Very stupid. I feel like it's an easy fix. Whoever deals most damage to a mob should get to loot fast and everyone else loots slow. Yeah, Repose. I don't disagree with you. Yet here we are. How many years has PvE mode been out for? And we still have the same exact issues of, like, loot stealing. I almost feel like the problem just stems from Iron Mace at this point, of being unable to do the updates that we need to fix PvE mode. I mean, I don't disagree, but at the same time, Iron Mace is not doing anything about it, so it's kind of like an irrelevant point, you know? But yeah, you could do it that way. That way at least you don't get like some guy coming in and one-shotting your thing and just... PvE isn't doing anything good or bad for the game. I would actually disagree with that. I would argue PvE is doing more harm than good for the game at this point. Because as a new player, if you're going into PvE mode to learn the game, and your initial your first impression of Dark and Darker is, oh, the PvE mode is just people following me around with and just taking all my loot that I earn. If that is your true first impression of the game, I feel like that's pretty negative. At the very least in normals, at least like your first impression is like fighting other players, which is really what 90% of the game is, and not like this weird like PvE griefing mode. Because I would actually, like, as a new player, if you look at this, it's from left to right, right? Like you're probably thinking, okay, I should start in PvE and then kind of go from there. I would argue that it's hurting the game more than it's helping at this point. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Repose. I think PvE mode, in theory, is great for helping and onboarding new players, but Iron Mace has failed to incorporate PvE in a proper way to make it good for new players. That's really the problem. I would be fine limiting PV to new players only. I'd be fine with that. How would you do it? I don't really know how. Maybe, like... Maybe make it, like, your fame total or something? I don't know. I'm sure people would complain about that, too. But... I don't disagree. I feel like PV should be for new players, not, you know, artifact boss farmers. You think the majority new players aren't going to PV? You think they go to normal lobbies? You think so? I think you misjudge how many new players are opening the game and going to PV first. You think gem socketing's harmful? I disagree with that. Gem socketing helps casual players more than it helps sweats. Because if gem socketing doesn't exist, good gear is far more expensive and it's more out of reach of new players or the, like, you know, the average player. Gem socketing is helping the average player more, or helping them enough that I don't agree with that. Gem socketing is one of the best systems Iron Mace has ever added to this game, and I stand by that. Does the game open with PV right from the start? As a new player, new account, I'm not sure where it opens you, honestly. It's been, like, way too long. I don't really know where it starts you at. Can you go to Ice HR? You can go to Ice HR and get Bisc gear very fast. I mean, if you're, like, experienced at the game, sure. But this is more a new player conversation. New players aren't going to be able to do that unless you're responding to someone else. That is a fair... I agree with Maple Bandit there. I think the Dark and Darker community that have been playing this game for a long time are out of touch with how it truly feels to be a new player right now in the big old 2026. Trying to, like, learn how to fight PvE at the same time of trying to learn how to fight the, you know, 5,000 hour sweaty ass W key barbarian that's W keying them in, like, blue bis and normals. I have to imagine it gets pretty overwhelming. And, you know, of course, like, if you're gonna play PvP, you're gonna have to be able to fight those players eventually. But, you know, like, maybe the PvE mode could at least help them learn how to fight the mobs first, so they're at least not having to fight the mobs as well as the crazy-ass, like, barb that's in their lobby, you know? Just saying. I mean, I'll tell you, like, my dad, for example, he is more of a solo gamer at this point. You know, he used to be able to play multiplayer games, but he's like, you know, he definitely would struggle with any kind of PvP related content now. When I played this game with him, I played Dark and Dark with him off stream like years ago, like around when it first released. I think it might have been when it released on Steam, maybe, or maybe before that. I don't remember exactly. But he couldn't even kill the skeletons. You know, he was dying to, like, the basic normals, like, skelly mobs. He couldn't even fight those. So, you know, I do think that PvE is actually good for new players. It's just that the way that Iron Mace has designed it is horrendous. Truly, it is not good, which is really a shame. I personally think that PvE mode should be normals and high roller, and it should have separate gear from the base game. It should be like a completely separate mode. That way, if you want to play PvE, you can play a full PvE experience, and you're just completely separated from the other players at this point. At least then, you might be able to convince some players that, like, fully play out PvE and, like, learn how to do, like, the HR stuff. at least then you might get some of them to trickle in the normals. As it is right now, I think all the players that, like, are getting used to PvE normals and going to, like, PvP modes, I think they're just getting overwhelmed and... I don't know. You can't really learn high roller mobs in PvE because high roller mobs have a very different, you know, they act differently. So I feel like it's almost a disservice to not have PvE high roller mode. I think having them separate would be better. Well, the issue is, I don't know if I would say it's easier to learn the game as a new player. Even though you have YouTube tutorials, sure. But I think the bigger issue is the new players are having to fight, you know, a mixture of veteran players. And, you know, as the player base shrinks, this is more of a player base issue too. As the player base shrinks, you know, we're almost at 5,000 players globally. And that's with lobby included, which I'm sure is just people just sitting AFK on the game. We're at 5,000 worldwide. And that's with Blacksmith Launcher. This is not Steam numbers. This is all players, period. You know? So as the player base shrinks to this degree, you're going to be left with a larger portion of veteran players, whether that be 100 hours, 500 hours, 1,000 hours, or like me, and you're a true degenerate, you have like 4,000 plus. You know, when the game becomes, you know, a majority of players that are experienced, it becomes harder and harder for new players to get into and learn the game. And ultimately, I think that is also a problem, because how is a new player even supposed to try to learn PvP when there's no new players to learn? There's no one that, like, how are they supposed to learn? There's no one new to, like, play with them. So they're just going in and probably just dying over and over again to very, very, like, you know, just very experienced players, you know? Also, I don't know about you, but when I first load up a game, my initial instinct is not to... Yeah, my initial instinct is not to load up YouTube and learn how to play the game. I'm just curious real quick. I'm gonna go into a PvE mode, and I want to see if there's an artifact farming boss right now. I'm just curious. But yeah, I'm worried right now because every single season we've lost so many players that at this point, I'm afraid eventually there's going to be like a point of no return. You know? I'm just curious if there's any bloodthirst artifact farmers going on right now. Alright, well, first PvE player of the day is running a okay, this guy's probably farming a different boss. Dude, so this guy is farming, what do you think? What do you think? Is that is Ghost King undead? Does that count? I'm not sure exactly. Oh no, he's farming okay, I'm not really sure. I don't know what boss is affected by this. Maybe Lich? Banshee? No, he's going down. So this guy is boss farming. So he's just going down a floor to do it. Wait, at least there's a few Squire players in here. That's kind of nice to see. Surprised there's no artifact players, but I would consider that rogue, like, you know, obviously he was there to boss farm. Well, at least there's a few Squire people in here. It's nice to see. Are all bosses undead? I don't know what Ghost King is considered. I guess it would be undead. They are all considered it. Spectral Knight, Banshee, Lich, Warlord, Ghost King are all. Okay, gotcha. It is a little funny that the first person we spectated was a full-on boss farmer. I mean, that really was the whole point anyway, like that I was trying to make, is that PvE mode is, like, there are a lot of people like that rogue. Even though he doesn't have an artifact, he's still doing, like, the same idea, which is building a full bossing kit for PvE, which, that feels very silly to me, you know? Hey, Repose, if you're still here, I'm curious. Have you noticed I think I might have saw a message from you actually in the creator chat. Have you noticed that in High Roller, almost every single game that you play is full of naked or like squire rogues running Coltrop, Invis, Smokepot, or whatever, and they just follow people around or you around and just wait to third party you. And that's the entire like goal of their game. They don't ever loot. They're just there to follow players and try to like grief fights. I've personally found HR to be relatively unfun at the moment because of these rogues that are running around. Where did the discussion start? At the start of the stream, Lucas. I mean, we've been going for a while now. Be back in 1 minute. Okay, another conversation point that I wanted to talk about is the workshops. I think Iron Mace having the workshops be so expensive, I think truly shows how out of touch they are with the community. In my mind, and I think a lot of you should probably agree with this, workshops is supposed to be a way, or like an accessible feature for the average player. You know, maybe not the super sweats like me, but maybe the guy that plays more casually. Instead, the amount of money and resources it takes to level this up to max, like even just level 2, I want to say the level 5, I think it might be like 15k or 20k or something to finish that, and you have to level 4 of these up. I think the amount of money it costs to upgrade these, like, truly shows that Iron Mace has no idea, like, what audience they're really going for. Anyone kind of agree with that? Feel like these workshops are, like, very out of touch with what they should have been? What does it do? Never used it in my life. I've never touched this because there's no point. It's way too expensive. Basically, it allows you to rebuild gear and or craft gear / scrap stuff. But the entire system is really expensive and only accessible to, like, veteran players that play a shit ton. It's way, way too expensive for the average player. No one's ever gonna have a chance to do it. Can only craft random 2. Yep. As someone who got workshop just for fun, you can confirm it's not worth it. Yep, I would agree with that as well. Questing is a pain and you have to do it all over again. You know, that's another topic point that I agree with, personally. So I understand that this game works on a week. I can't talk. It works on a seasonal wipe schedule. There we go. And I understand that wipes are good for the game. This is not an argument that wipes should not exist. Because if we never had a wipe from the very start of Dark and Darker, this game would probably be cooked from the amount of gear that we have. However, does anyone else feel like questing is terrible in this game? It's a huge time sink. The rewards are very low. And I don't think it is a fun mechanic to have to do every time the game wipes every 3 months. There's so many issues with the questing system. I think those are probably my big 3 things that I don't like about it. Lucas, I don't think Iron Mace really looks at what I have to say for the most part. I can't imagine that my direct feedback is, generally speaking, going to result in anything significant changing. It's incredibly bad in every single one of your friends who play now or quit hate quests. They don't dislike, they hate the quests. I agree with them. I hate them. I would rather the quests not exist and for everything to just be unlocked. I would rather, like, every time, like, the week goes, I would rather the shit just be open for crafting. I hate the questing system. I can't stand it. Having to do the same mundane quests every single week of a new wipe that I just did last wipe, and they're never fun. They're not enjoyable quests. They're all boring, you know? It gets super old. It gets really, really old. I cannot stand this questing system. And there's so many quests, too. Like, every single freaking merchant has, like, 15 quests. Who has time for all this? Like, I did them. Like, I did a lot of them, but, like... yeah, like, just, why? You know? It's so much work. Yeah, I personally... I think they could tone down these quests and remove half of them. But you would, like, the rewards are also so pitiful. Like, the amount of work you have to do for, like look at these rewards, man. Random uncommon armor. Random uncommon weapon. 2 green arcane essence. Potions. Green uncommon weapon and bandage. Like... okay, and you're like, oh, well, that's the beginning of the quest. You're supposed to get bad gear. Okay. Well, now we've done 7 quests now. Green uncommon armor. Another green uncommon armor. Surgical kits. More green armor. Look, we've done 12 quests. We've done half of his questing pool, and the best thing he's given us is uncommon gear. What's the point? I can go to PvE or normals and go open 2 chests for greens. What are we doing here with, like, the rewards? If you want me to do these quests, which I personally find extremely boring, you need to reward me so much that I feel like I want to do them. You know? If this shit was giving me, like, legendaries or, like, bag space or something, I might consider it. Like, if every single one of these was giving me, like... I don't really know what it would need to give me to be, like, to actually make me want to do these quests, because I still wouldn't want to do them. But... I remember the time back in, like, the old days when I used to still run Ruby Silver gear, because the armor smith would open them by this was before questing existed, and you could by default craft any armor you wanted. So I would actually build Ruby Silver gear because I didn't have to worry about questing to unlock it, you know. I kind of miss those days, honestly. They won't remove it because they paid developers to implement it. I mean, okay, but it's still a system that like 90% of the player base hates or doesn't really enjoy. I have a really hard time finding players out there that tell me that they enjoy the questing system in this game. For the most part, or really just period, I don't ever really see anyone say or talk about how much they like the questing system. Straight up. Well, that's another issue too. The fact that you have to do quests one at a time. So, like, for example, I have to do, like, Forge from Ruin, which requires 2 Cobalt. And then I have to do Damn Survivor to kill dragonflies and zombies. The fact that I can't do all the quests at the same time, and I have to do them one by one by one, and then, like, the quest would be done, but it wasn't unlocked yet, so now I have to do the quest basically twice. That shit pisses me off to no end. Having quests locked, like, one by one like this, just actually makes me mad. The fact that I can't just do them in... Like, just let me just do the quests, man. Like, the rewards aren't good anyway. Just let me do them and get it over with, you know, at a certain point. Yeah, usually whenever I unlock a new quest, I just think to myself, oh, I already did that quest, but I guess I have to go do it again now. Usually it's something like that. Being transparent, you do the quest, but you don't like them. Your OCD says to check the marks off the boxes. That's why you do it. But they're not fun. They don't add content, if anything. You could see quests existing in tutorial sense and nothing beyond that. Yeah, that's fair. Also, you know what? That's another conversation point I want to talk about. Let's talk about SSF for a minute. So right now... Oh, gotta click on my... Gotta get my... Speaking of useless quests, by the way. Done 6 of these damn quests, and I get, like, a singular green ruby every, like, 3 days or something. Anyway, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, SSF mode. So there's a very big split in the community right now about who likes SSF and who does not like it. During the last developer Q&A, was it Paul? I think it was Paul. Mentioned that they did not like SSF past 2 weeks. So anyone here that is hoping that SSF gets extended, you're going to be very disappointed because it's not going to happen. The developers already said they don't like it after 2 weeks, so I doubt it comes back. Now that said, does anyone else feel like SSF in this game is more underwhelming because the quests are all being time gated until the point where Marketplace is released? And by the time the Marketplace is out, because all the quests were time gated and locked away, like for the actual good gear, you don't actually get to play SSF with good gear. You play SSF at like the beginning of the season when nothing is unlocked. And then by the time the 2 weeks is up, some of the quests that have good rewards are finally starting to come out. Like the good, like, craft, not rewards, but the crafting. But then by that point, the market's out already. So why are we doing the quests anyway? Instead, you just buy it off the marketplace because you couldn't utilize it during the SSF period. So it almost feels counterintuitive. It doesn't make sense. Like, why is SSF mode being added to the game at a point in time where nothing is unlocked yet? So you can't really... I just don't really understand the point, you know? Does that make sense to everybody? Also, with the way that workshops are currently implemented, there's no way these are going to see use for SSF. There's no way. What dude in their right mind is going to sit there and farm like hundreds of wood and tens of thousands of gold to level up a workshop during only the SSF period? There's no way. It's too expensive. And don't even frickin' get me started on the scrapping. The amount of time it takes to get enough scrap to use this system is insane as well. So people play the game longer? Okay, but Gary, people aren't playing the game longer. That's the problem. Even if in theory that's supposed to be why they do it. It's like, oh yeah, let's town gate our shit so people come back and play. Nobody's coming back during the season to do quests. I promise you, if somebody quit the game 2 weeks ago, they're not coming back today because quests dropped. No one cares. They don't care. They might come back for the cosmetic rewards, but they're not coming back for the quests themselves. They're only coming back to maybe get like a unique skin that they might want to get. That's the only reason they're coming for. What's level 5? Mind game, I think it's 20k for level 5. So someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think level 5 is 15 or 20k or something like that. You need 50 scrap to upgrade 1 green to 1 blue. Yeah, the entire workshop system needs to be completely redone and revamped. It's not successful at all. The rework they did is a joke. It's not enough. It's still insanely overtuned. If they really want... We're close to next season, guys. You know, we're 3 or 4 weeks away. It's supposed to be next month. That's what they already said. So at the very latest, it's 4 weeks away or whatever. And right now, SSF is shaping up to be the same old it's been forever, where quests are time gated, no gear is unlocked, you can't craft anything. The workshops might as well not exist because you can't use them because they're too expensive. So it's gonna be the same shit we've been doing at the start of season for a year now, which is just, you don't have a means to be self-sufficient. You just have to find your shit in dungeon. Like, you can't, these systems are just not usable. They're not really being made in a good way. I don't know what other way to put it, but SSF is close to being good for this, like, being fun, but Iron Mace has not quite gotten the systems in place to make it fun. Wait, are you kidding me? Oh, okay, I was wrong. So, okay, you said 40,000 gold. Okay, so I'm being told that level 5 upgrade is 40k. Oh, wait, no, or 20k. Oh, no, okay. So level 4 is 20k. Level 5 is 40k. That was Iron Mace's nerf recently to make it more accessible to the player base. Is they made it 40,000 gold to upgrade it. At least assuming that information is accurate. I can't test it myself because I don't have it, but if anyone else wants to chime in there, if anyone else has been silly enough to do the workshop, let me know. But I'm being told it's about 40k. And I assume that's also based on, like, the wood that you have to buy. Well, that's the issue, is you spend all this money, you spend like 100,000 gold to level up one of these forges, and then the value that you get is basically none. You might as well just buy this shit from the marketplace. Well, I want to know who at Iron Mace is looking at these numbers for for this forging system. I want to know who looked at it and went, yeah, we should ship that. And then I want to know who did it again, who looked at it a second time, nerfed it to the point where we're at right now, where it's 40,000 gold for the final upgrade, and thought to themselves, yeah, this is what the community wants. Because that is an SDF tier decision right there. So I don't know who the hell did it, but it's really bad. Wait, level 4 to 5 weaponsmith, you're looking at it right now. It's 20 crack logs, 10 sturdy logs, 50,000 gold. So it's even more expensive than I thought. 50k? How is the average player supposed to make that much money? And remember, that's only one forge. So you're telling me that it's gonna cost you like hundreds of thousands of gold? I actually, Mr. Njimura, send me a screenshot on Discord or Twitch. I would actually love to see that screenshot. Yeah. Because if that's the case, it's gonna cost like probably what, 300 to 400k or more to get all of the stuff upgraded. That's crazy. Hold on, let's see. Oh my god. It's true. It's so true. Look at this. Level 5 workshop. 50,000 gold. And then the logs too. Which I'm sure are hard to get as well. Wait, it costs 500k if you buy the logs. Wait, what are the logs? What did you say they are? You said cracked logs and sturdy logs? Oh, for all the workshops. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. No, I can get behind that. I was gonna say, the logs can't be that expensive. Okay, so sturdy logs are like 350, the blue ones are like 200 or something. So, in total, you're probably looking at 60,000 gold or so to level up to level 5. So if we're using this as like a baseline for the total cost, so level 1 is like 2,500. Yeah, so it's something like 100,000 plus per workshop right now to get the entire thing leveled, and then you have to do that 4 times. How can you possibly expect the average player to spend 500,000 raw gold on workshop upgrades? And again, this is something that really is more of an SSF thing. Like, yeah, you can utilize it now, but with how expensive it is, I wouldn't waste my money. But yeah, why the hell would anybody interact with this system? I just don't really understand it. Also, even if there are players that are able to use this system to profit from it, I think that is an irrelevant point, because the entire point of this conversation is that the price points of these workshops are so expensive that it is not made for the average casual player, and that is what these workshops should be tailoring towards. Like, the workshop should be helpful for average players, and they're not. They're only being used by, like, you know, the very rare guy that has that much gold at hand and is able to re-roll or uniques or whatever to try to like make money off of it, but that's not the norm. You know, most players are not going to be doing that. So I don't really understand why workshops need to cost 120,000 plus gold or 500k in total across all the workshops. I just don't understand the purpose. Like, why? I mean, like, should workshops not be a system in place that should make SSF more fun? Because to me, that's what workshops are supposed to be. Workshops should be something that influences / enhances SSF gameplay, and right now I don't feel like that's what it's doing. I think being worried that the workshop being accessible would be ruined by sweats is irrelevant, because sweats can already get it, even if, like, they can already get it anyway. If anything, all you're doing is making a system that only your top 1% of players are going to interact with. And again, we need players. The whole point of this stream was that the player base is dying. So I don't really know why we're caring about, like, what sweats may or may not do. You can always rebalance the workshop based on it being cheaper. That's always an option, you know? That's another thing too. That's true. The religion. I could pay the religion if I wanted to. I haven't done it because I think the skin is ugly as hell. The skin sucks. It's literally just a reskin of the orc. It looks like they went into Microsoft Paint and they just like, or like Photopea. I use Photopea for my editing, or Photoshop, whatever. It looks like they just like added a red tint to the orc and then just threw it in the game. It looks really bad. Like, I actually actively do not like this skin, so I don't even know if I'm gonna bother getting it. It has the same stats as the other orc too. Or look, so that's the red orc. Look at the orc I have already. It's the same damn thing. Oh, you can't like see it because of the freaking gear. Yeah, it's the same thing. It looks like they went into Photoshop, made the tint red, and then added it to the game as a like season reward. I think it's like pretty stupid, to be honest. I don't like that skin at all. Well, that's true too. Yeah, the rewards for season, like for upgrading, it's just a bunch of like ore. It's not worth anywhere near the amount that it costs to do it. Now again, I can easily get this 100k donated. That's not a problem. But it's more of a, do I want to do that? Not really. Ice Skeleton? I think I do. Frost Skeleton? Yeah, that's a pretty Biss skin. Getting an extra damage. No, actually, that one's not Biss. I lied. 3 speed is wrong. That's the wrong skin. You want this skin. That's not Biss. The Biss one is... Where's it at? Give me a sec. I don't remember where it is. This one. Nightmare Mummy is Biss. You get 1 weapon damage and you lose 3 max health. That's like really, really good for any like fast swinging class. Frost Walker is also good. Getting 3 health for 1.5 action speed, I think, is a net positive in stats. So that's an alternative too. They're both good for different builds. These are like by far my 2 favorite skins, stat wise. Yeah, I don't have the ice skeleton you're talking about. No, I don't think so. Zombie does have a downside. It used to not have a downside. They fixed it. It was a bug. It does have a downside. I've been arguing that skins shouldn't have stats for a very long time now, and I brought this up maybe 8 months ago, and the community was rabid and was attacking me for my opinion on it. They said that I was wrong and that skins didn't make enough of a difference and that I was overreacting to skins. So I just dropped it and stopped caring. Yeah, I've been arguing for non-stat skins for a long time now because I actually don't like that they have skins. I would rather these just be cosmetic than have stats. The difference is pointless. You think the stat difference is pointless? I don't agree with that. Here, I'll give you a great example of why Nightmare Frostwalker is insane, okay? You get 3 max health for minus 1.5 action speed, okay? You're with me here. Cloak can roll Cloak can roll 3% action speed, okay? Right now, it is physically impossible. It is impossible to stack 3 max health. Okay? It's literally not possible. There is no way to build it except for vigor. On Cloak, you can't build vigor because it's your base stat. So basically, this skin, this mummy skin or Nightmare Frostwalker skin, this is turning my Cloak action speed into max HP. Because action speed is very easy to build. So if you look at it that way, would you trade 1.5% action speed on your Cloak for 3 max health? If it was a kit building thing, I would gladly build 3 max health over 1.5 action speed. It's almost like you're giving your Cloak extra stats by taking away the action speed. So you're making it like, so instead the Cloak has 1.2 action speed, but I get an extra 3 max health on it. That's very good. You know, for HR endgame kits, stats like that make a very big difference. There are plenty of fights where you might survive by 1 HP, 2 HP. So to be able to wear a skin as good as this one is, which is fantastic for High Roller, there's just, what can I even say? And I made the argument, again, it was almost a year ago, and I said that skins were arguably pay to win. At the time, I said that because of the Lycan skin and the the Lycan skin, I think, and the Lizard skin for normals. Because at the time, stats were very different back then. So wearing the Lycan skin as your headpiece was actually BIS for normals, or basically BIS. So I made the argument that wearing Lycan is like basically always better there. So it makes it feel like you have to buy it for normals play if you want to go that route. Or in Squire, it's always better because Squire helmet is always worse than Lycan. But now we've actually gotten to the point where the skins actually make a difference in High Roller as well. People are already utilizing the, was it not the Philidian skin, the what's it called? The stupid furry skin, the one that gives you dex. What's it called? See if I can find it. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Where's it at? Here it is. This skin. Yeah, this skin is super, super strong for certain classes because they would love to have the dexterity over the strength and vigor. This skin is legitimately one of the better skins in the game. And it was like where the entire argument stemmed on, where people said, oh, well, it's fine because you could get it from the Twitch drops, but not everybody got it from the Twitch drop. So I made the argument that anybody that has access to the skin now has an advantage in High Roller. And people told me, no, it's not an advantage because it gives you -1 strength and vigor. But then you look at classes like, say, Wizard, who doesn't care about the strength. And then you're like, oh, you're actually just getting net positive stats because you're not building strength anyway for classes like that. But now, now it's completely different because it's not even about this Philidian skin. It's not even about the whole Twitch drop thing. Now it's just straight up, I use Nightmare Frostwalker or Nightmare Mummy because they're the best skins in the game, I think. Right next to that Philidian skin that I don't have. Those are probably top 3 for HR. So, again, I personally think that skins should not have stats. As somebody who uses the skins to give myself an advantage in High Roller, I think it is not fair for players that don't have access to them. And I would not mind if they just completely wiped it and just changed that, but I don't think they ever will. Because now the problem is people have paid real money for skins that have stats. Like, you know, like the players, you know, have at some point, I'm sure, bought skins for redstone shards. So, from Iron Mace's point of view, it is basically not possible for them to make skins cosmetic only, because they've now charged players real money for this stuff. So, the game is basically cooked to forever have that problem, where races are going to have an advantage in High Roller, and it just kind of is what it is. There's nothing they can do about it. Oh yeah, the Seawalker zombie, I didn't get it. I was trying to, and I like ended up stopped playing the season. That thing is pretty good too, yeah. Because Will is useless, so you just get 1 strength for free. Yeah, that's a fair point too. I saw someone else mention that as well. The dwarf skin, basically without stats. Well, you can make an exception for dwarf though. You could make all of the other skins normal stats, and you could make the dwarf like special, just because of the fact that it has a smaller hitbox. You could make an exception. Exception, not the rule, right? So I think that would be fine. But again, the issue is you've now had players that have spent real currency, redstone shards, on these skins. So I just don't really see how you could ever change the skins now. I don't think it's possible. Why did I stop playing? Because STF is a maniac and makes really bad decisions for this game, and that's why I quit the game like 8 months ago. I came back this season because Iron Mace, well, really Paul, was making good decisions. I quit the game because STF sucks. That's really all it comes down to. I don't like STF. I will not follow STF to his new game because I don't like him as a developer. I think he makes very poor decisions for his games. So, the only good decision he ever made was step down and let Paul make the decisions for him. It's all he's ever actually been good at this point. At least for like the last like year of updates. I mean, I'm thankful that STF made the game itself. But I definitely am like past the point of, you know, we're well past that at this point. They didn't just remove solos, they removed duos as well, right? Yeah, they removed everything. It was only trios, and that's when the game fell to its lowest player count point, is when they did that change. Well, you know, if you look at the player count chart here, this right here, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, right around like August, July, this is when they removed solos and duos from the game. Notice how it's the lowest point the game has ever been in. Am I right on that? I think it was around that that period of time. That sounds about right for like timeline. So yeah, the lowest point the game has ever been in its history was when they removed solos and duos. That was a semi-wipe. Yeah, but I think that was the time period. I could find out. I could go to my YouTube channel and just search up the videos I was making for solos and duos. That's a very easy thing for me to check. That's like not that's not a problem. Hold up a sec. Yeah, I'll tell you the exact date. Let's see. Solo remove. Here it is. Solo and duo removed from Dark and Darker. This was 10 months ago. So 10 months ago would have been. When was that? Wait, was that, no, actually, was that the exact time that it happened? It might, I don't know if it was removed at that date. Wait, I might have to double check real quick. Hold up. Let me double check. Is that the exact time we did it? I want to say that was probably, I just don't remember if that video was when they were talking about removing it or if they actually did it. Yeah, I wish I remember the exact point in time where SDF had removed / re-added solos back to the game and duos. I just know that at the time, checking the player count numbers, I remember there being a decline in players after that update. And then from there, it just kept getting worse and worse because the updates SDF doing was not great. So it just kind of snowballed from there. Oh yeah, then there was the handshake mechanic too. Yup, there was that whole mechanic. So their solution to solos was to allow solos, but to give you a emote where you could basically team with people. I don't even think it was real solos, was it? I don't remember if it was real solos or not. But anyway, there was a hand mechanic in the game where the meta was basically rush around the dungeon to hand emote people and build a team and then kill everybody who didn't have time to hand emote. It was like really, really stupid. It was the end of May last year. They removed solos and duos. End of May. So it was right around here. Okay. So end of May, we were at 12,000 players and then we sunk to the lowest. I mean, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds about right then. Yeah, so the timing is right if that's the case. Because if it was June / like May, whatever, again, that is what led us to the lowest point this game's ever had. So yeah, if you're wondering why I quit the game when I did, it was because of this little dip right here. And it was when SDF decided to remove my game mode from the game. No solo? Yeah, so SDF decided that it would be a really good idea to remove solos and duos from the game. And as a result, it almost killed off the game entirely. He ended up adding it back. You can actually see he added it back here, I think. Right here in September. That's why the player count peaked where, well, I mean, it was a wipe too, but he, like, the reason it peaked as much as it did is because they re-added the game, I think. Or am I mistaken, actually? No, I think that's right. Am I tripping? I think they added it around September, unless I'm mistaken. Because it only lasted, I think, for a few months. Regardless of, like, the exact timings of things, it was a really bad decision, and knowing that SDF has made that, like, a decision like that for this game does not make me confident in ever following him to other alternative games that he might be creating, you know? Like, do I want to go and follow SDF to, like, this card game he's making? Honestly, the answer is no. Why would I want to do that at this point? There's just no real reason for me to ever... There's no reason for me to want to do that after, like, seeing the history of what SDF's done to this game. Yeah, and today's stream, we've basically been discussing everything that is, like, currently going wrong with Dark and Darker, and kind of discussing if everybody's on the same page that I am. So what have we talked about today so far? We talked about the water map, which was generally agreed on that most people don't like it. There's a few people that do like it, but it seems like majority do not. Fire Deep, most people also don't seem to like. We talked about PvE mode being filled with sweats that are just boss farming with artifacts or really high gear, and it's not really good for new players. We talked about no tutorial to onboard new players, which honestly should have been added years ago. We talked about... What else did we talk about? Oh, we talked about the workshop, where the workshop is way too expensive for new players to ever even hope to build them. We did the math on it based on the screenshot that Mr. Njimura sent us, and it costs 100,000 plus gold per workshop to upgrade it. No player's ever doing that unless you're a sweat like me. We talked about quests being very unfun for the game, very lackluster rewards that make you feel like you don't really want to do them. That's an entire different thing. We talked about High Roller, where, at least in solos, I don't know if it's a duo or trio thing, it seems to be filled with just rat rogues that do nothing. Like, they don't loot, they just run around and follow players to, like wait the third party. And if you try to, like, chase after the rogue, they'll run away and you'll never catch them. That's... Again, I don't know if that's a solo thing or not, but that's something I've been noticing off-stream a lot. What is wrong with Fire Deep mode? So Fire Deep, at least for me personally, I think the loot down there is relatively lackluster. I just don't think it's really worth the effort. And they keep changing the boss / buffing it, and I don't really feel like fighting the boss anymore. Doesn't really feel very, like, good solo. Unless you play, like, I guess, Shadow Touch Warlock or something. Doesn't really feel like it's worth it. Doing all this on Legacy's death anniversary? Wait, what do you mean, death anniversary? Oh, is today Legacy's closing day? Oh shit, that's right. Yeah, today is the last day that you'll ever be able to play that Elde Garde game. Yeah, that's true. That's crazy. Man, I didn't even think about that. That's true. That's another game into the dumpster bin. Oh yeah, and we also talked about Arena too, where I think that Arena at this point should just be open 24/7. I think the players that are, like, wanting to play Arena, I don't think they're playing the normal game when it closes over the week. They're just waiting for the next weekend to come. So I think just for the sake of player count, screw it, just, like, keep Arena open. What are your thoughts about the quest system at this point? We did talk about the quest, Anton. Basically, I think the questing is... It's not fun. It's too grindy. I don't like having to do them every single season. It gets old, and the rewards aren't very good. So it doesn't feel like it's worth the effort. Those are, like, the, key talking points that we went over there. Oh! We talked about SSF too. Because SSF mode... Because of, like, the questing being time-gated, the workshop being so expensive, SSF feels, like, still very lackluster in terms of where it could be. Because you don't really get access to a lot of the crafting, so by the time the crafting is in the game, the market's already out, so it's basically irrelevant. That was, like, another conversation point we had. Mistfall can't come any sooner? Mistfall Hunter got delayed, right? To at least July? Am I right on that? Oh yeah, I was reading this this guy that was complaining as a new player perspective. Honestly, this post was good. He said that after 20 hours of play, he just doesn't feel like he has a good grasp on the game. And he feels like the game doesn't do very well at, like, leading him to get used to the game. And it's something that I very much agree with. I think new players are having a really hard time right now. Welcome to the game. While yes, skill issues the real answer, I'll try to dodge what you can. I currently have 1,600 hours in the game, and stuff still doesn't make sense to you PvP-wise. Some classes are overtuned compared to others, and stuff you have access to compare to others absurd. Well, I won't talk about that too much. I didn't even read this yet. PvP, play a class you want to learn, Paratai, take in nothing, go to caves. It has the easiest enemies around looking for fights. So yeah, I want to talk a little bit about this specifically, balance. I know this might be a hot take, question mark, but I think the game is currently in one of the most balanced states that we've had for solos. I'm telling you straight up, I know people were, like, bitching and complaining about Sorcerer when it first got added. I have not seen a single high roller sorcerer off stream in the few hours that I played it. None. Zero. Actually zero. I'm not kidding. Actually zero. So I don't think sorcerer is as OP as people were claiming it is. But legitimately, I think after the barbarian nerfs, solo balancing is actually pretty good. I think basically every class is able to at least compete in the current like meta for solos. I think the door meta sucks. I think that range weapons like longbow and shit does too much damage. But, you know, just generally speaking, I think we're probably in one of the more balanced states that we've been in. Grucci, that will never happen. Paul doesn't like SSF mode. He said it himself that after 2 weeks it got boring, so that won't happen. Just being honest here. Hey, so bad. Good to see you, man. Naquan is so I'm actually a little bit confused. So there's like a little bit of a not a controversy. What's even the word I'm looking for? I don't even know. I'll just let you decide the word. Apparently, someone told me that the Naquan community manager and developer that joined my chat was a fraud. Apparently, there was a guy going around impersonating the community manager / developer and was giving false information to streamers. I don't know if that's true, but I was told that I would get a Discord message or email from the developers and I never got it. So it's making me think that that might be true. Anyway, I was told when I was streaming from what I thought was the community manager / developer that Naquan was supposed to have 3 playtests every 2 months. The next one being, like, what would that be? Like, I guess, like, I don't know, April or May. I don't really know exactly when. I'm guessing, like, May. And then it would be every 2 months until the release, which would be sometime in, I think it was September. So, what I was under the impression of is that Naquan would be coming back every 2 months for playtests and then releasing in September. But now I'm not so sure, because apparently it might be a big old hoax going on with that. So I'm not sure. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like, actually insane. That's a good idea, to be honest. We might have different definitions of good idea, but it's definitely an idea for sure. You know what? There is one balance thing that I do want to talk about in solos, and this is like, at least when I did the last video that I made, it was about a 90-10 split. About 90% of people seem to be agreeing with me, and about 10% of people were probably, well, did not agree with me. So, rogues. Rogues. Let me tell you. Let me tell you about this class. I am personally a believer that rogue would be a better, more interesting class if they removed true invisibility from the game and they rebalanced rogue to be self-sufficient without needing invis. For example, buffing other parts of their kit or rebalancing other parts of their kit in favor of having like this landmine hide gameplay. I think personally that they should remove hide from the game, remove invis from the game entirely, or maybe make invis only for PvE. I guess by making that like shimmer shit happen like we used to have it, but then rebuff rogue based on that fact. Like, I don't want rogue to be left in the garbage, you know? I want rogue to still be viable. So I would buff them in other aspects, maybe their mobility, like maybe make like tumble, for example, more viable. this is like an example. I think having a full loot PvP extraction game where it is possible to lose your kit to somebody that is fully invisible is very unfun for the game. And I think it's always I've always felt that way. I think Rogue is strong without invisibility. I don't even think it is. I don't think it's weak at all without invis. Yeah, if you run like Rupture, Cutthroat, and then run like the right like build type, it can be pretty strong. But regardless, like if Rogue felt like it might be too weak without invis, I wouldn't mind like buffing alternative things to make it like better. Like that, I would be fine with that. That's an interesting thought that I've seen other people say. I don't know how much. I don't know if Iron Mace is capable of coding something like this. But if Invis was able to be affected by light levels, where different light levels would show or hide the rogue better with Invis. Because it does feel kind of silly, doesn't it, having a fully lit room and just having a rogue sitting in the middle of it that's just completely invisible. And even though there's like there's like all this light source around. So like from a gameplay standpoint, it would make more sense if Rogue's Invis effectiveness was based on the light nearby. For example, like if a lantern could show Invis rogues, like not like the chase lantern, but I'm talking like if rogues had some kind of effect on them where if light hit them, or a torch, if something like that were to be added to them, I think that would be better for the game, like more balanced, personally. Well, Rogue is already viable without Invis. I've already played Rogue this season without Invis and HR, and it works perfectly fine. And now that Barbarian has been at least a little bit toned down to earth, I think it's even stronger because you don't have to worry about the barbs anymore. Lighting in the game is rudimentary. I mean, does it matter? I mean, the lighting is still there. I mean, it seems like it'd be pretty simple, right? If there's lights nearby, Rogue is not invisible. If there isn't lights nearby, Rogue is invisible. I feel like it's simple. Torch reveals a rogue if you hit him with it. Right, of course. If you hit them with it, I guess so. I guess. Hey, Zox. Welcome, welcome. Want a beginner Druid video, please? Yeah, apologies. I do have the gameplay recorded for a beginner cleric and bard guide. But I was just not really around over the weekend, and I just didn't I haven't like had a chance to do any editing for it. But then I looked at the player count today because I was gonna do some streaming, and I got very sad because I realized the game is like in a really bad spot right now, so I wanted to do like a discussion stream about it. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Wait, about fighter? What? What are you talking about? No one here has mentioned fighter. But yeah, there's plenty of ways that you can balance the game to not base the game around having any true invis mechanics. I mean, they already did it to Wizard. Wizard used to have true invisibility with their spell, but that's not in the game anymore. So yeah, that's what I would do personally. Oh, another thing, This is actually a bug complaint, by the way. Druid is broken. Like, actually broken. So, I don't know if any of you guys have noticed. If you go rat form as a druid, and someone kills you, your body disappears off the face of the earth. Like, it's actually gone. So... Druid mains might hate me for saying this, but I think we should just remove the rat form from the game entirely, because it's clear to me that they're never going to balance this correctly. I feel like rat form has been falling through the map or disappearing for ages now. If they can't, like, fix rat form, it just needs to be removed. Because it is so game-breaking for HR having druids turn rat form, and then you can't loot them, and then they just buy their gear back from merchant. Anyway, or you just don't get to loot them regardless. And again, this is not a Druid OP rant. This is a rat form is literally broken, and it does not work. Like, if you kill them, their body just disappears off the face of the earth. And even if you leave the module and come back and, like, reset it, even if you find the rat form, sometimes the body's unlootable anyway, and it just sits there. Like, you can see the rat, but you can't actually loot it. So... yeah, that's kind of like an entirely different problem, but that is a bug that's, like, really egregious at the moment. Even if you can loot them properly, what's the fun in trying to find a body in grass the size of your foot? Oh, I mean, yeah, it's... regardless, I just don't think rat form really should exist. It's just, it's... or... if you die in rat form, you should automatically transform back into human form for looting. You should not stay in the animal form when you're, like, getting looted. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like rat form has always been the cause of so many issues since launch. I wouldn't mind if you just... I wouldn't mind if they just took it out of the game. If they can't, like, get it fixed and resolved. There's multiple things they really could do, and I feel like they've done none of them, so... every time I see a druid in HR, I just kind of roll my eyes, because I know if I kill them in rat form, I'm never going to get to loot their body. You transform back to human upon dying as other forms? Right, but for some reason, you don't in rat form, which also results in unlootable druids. So, you know... I don't know why Iron Mace refuses to do it, but it is actually game-breaking for Druid and HR. Well, that's fair, yeah, because if Druid is bear form, they transform back into human form when they die, because it's not like you loot the bear form. So yeah, I'm not really sure, like, what their reasoning is that rat form does not transform back. It's very weird. It's it's inconsistent with how, like, the other things work. Yeah, so that's true. I don't really know then. I have no idea. Makes no sense. Are you 100% not transformed to human when you die in rat? Yes, you are not transformed into human when you die in rat form. I killed a rat druid the other day. I think this was like 3 or 4 days ago, maybe 5. And after I killed him, his body went through the map and he disappeared. And it is not the first time this season that's happened to me. I've killed multiple rat form druids this season, and they always phase straight through that damn map. It makes no sense whatsoever. I don't get it. Yeah, I wonder if it's like a spaghetti code issue, where for some reason the rat form is coded in a way where it's not possible to go back to human form when you die. I have no freaking idea, but either way, I just know it's broken. It doesn't currently work. Woke, that doesn't work. The whole adage of leaving 2 modules and coming back, that is fake news. I have done that multiple times on stream. Even if you find the rat form, it is not guaranteed to be lootable. Sometimes like the body will sit there and you'll see it, but if you try to click on it, it doesn't let you loot it. That is not a guaranteed fix. I've tried it before. I mean, I just tried it earlier this week. I left, I came back, Druid was unlootable. Well, maybe you've gotten luckier than I have, because it's definitely not a guaranteed. I mean, I'm glad it works for you, but it's not like, and also you shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to run 2 modules out of my way to come back just to loot a person that I killed. No other class in the game has that issue. Druid will change concepts? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you're talking about a hypothetical. Okay, never mind. I don't think Druid will ever change as a transformation class. I doubt that would be a thing. I more so just want rat form to be like properly balanced. Oh, another bug. The elevator on Goblin Caves. If you get a kill in the middle of caves, or not the middle, but one like the main elevator, and they die on it, their body goes up and it becomes unlootable. And then, in the same as Druid, if you run out of the module and come back, their body will be on the ground, but you can't loot it. That I've probably lost 3 or 4 HR kits that I was not able to loot because of that elevator bug. So Druid and elevators are both busted for HR for gear. Yeah, it's funny, if you ever want to troll somebody and you want your body to be unlootable, just do the whole elevator trick. It's not like it's hard to force it, but if you do manage to die on elevator, they're not going to be able to loot you. So you'll probably get your gear back. I don't think Iron Mace watches my streams. I doubt it. I think I'm too critical of the game for them to watch my streams. I doubt it. Let's be real here. Don't think that's the case. Especially with how much I bash SDF, which is all warranted, by the way. Doubt he's gonna be here giving me any real talk. So I was debating on either playing HR and like playing with my quarterstaff build, or trying to learn how to play Ranger in normals. Because I haven't really ever like played much Ranger, really, so I thought about maybe like playing that. What do you guys think? I don't know like how many people are gonna be in High Roller, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, I was considering doing one of those 2 things. Ranger Danger? Yeah, maybe. Does anybody else feel like Ranger is really strong right now? I think, like, generally speaking, it's true that solos feels pretty balanced. But I do think bows do too much damage. Just, like not just solos, like, just period. I think bows do too much. Honestly, a great way to look at it, well, a great way that I like to look at it, at least, is if you look at a longbow, let's see, I'm gonna go to my fighter. You look at it this way. Wait, where's my kit? I know I didn't lose it. Oh, it's my mule fighter. Wrong class. Hold up. Sorry. Wrong fighter. Yeah, here it is. So, right now, longbow does the same exact damage as a Morningstar. Except longbow can be used at any range. So basically, the longbow can be utilized as like a Morningstar slap. Yeah, Morningstar is, you know, obviously a melee weapon. I feel like that's very backwards. I don't think a longbow should do the same damage. Or, like, I feel like the damage doesn't actually make sense. I feel like it's way too high. And that's not even a solo issue. I think just period in the game, I think bows do too much. Rangers saying if they did less damage, you would never kill. Well, that's not true. Rangers do a lot of damage in melee with their spear. And they have a parry as well. That's definitely not true. To act like Rangers are completely worthless in melee is a bit disingenuous. Because Rangers can build the same way other classes can. You can build for PDR, like, as Ranger. You can build for, like, 40% PDR and, like, 140 health. And 100% you can defend yourself in melee. You hit, like, 1 or 2 longbow shots, and you absolutely can win the trade with a spear. When your longbow is doing the same damage as a Morningstar, it turns out if you get 1 or 2 hits with that weapon, like, that is enough to change a fight for sure. Yeah, I don't like completely honestly, whenever I hear people say Ranger is weak or like Ranger is whatever, it just makes me think that people play Ranger and they're the same people that try to claim that Rogue is weak. Feels like it's the same like group of people just trying to act like their class is not strong. Because like to me, I feel like Ranger's a very strong class. I definitely don't think it's weak by any means. A quiver? Yeah, but don't be fooled. It's like a very half-assed quiver of not what we were supposed to get. This is basically the result of the inventory guy leaving the company and Iron Mace not knowing how to develop a proper quiver. So they just added it as like basically a coin bag, but that fills with arrows. So don't be too fooled. Yeah, I don't think this Ranger kit's actually that good. This is the kit that I stole from somebody the other day. It only has 22 PDR, so I'm not like super confident here, but I also haven't played this game in like 3 days, so I'll probably just die anyway, but it's fine. Whatever. We die, we die. I can always just hop to a different class, so. Well, I haven't streamed in 3 days. I did play a little bit of HR the other day, but it was like not too, it was kind of short-lived. Rich, I think Smite Judgment Cleric is strictly worse than Smite DP Cleric. I don't think there's any advantage you get from that build over the other. Even if you can make it work, Smite DP Cleric I think is strictly better. At least that's my thought process, at least. Does max armor pen barbs invalidate TP? I mean, I guess, but how many people are running around with max armor pen barbs? It's a pretty rare build. Getting kind of bored of dad. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would say join the club. There's a reason that the player count is shrinking to the rate that we are. And I think it's because a lot of people are getting bored and new players are not joining the game at this point. Well, it turns out just getting a bunch of good patches isn't quite enough if the player base is continuing to shrink. At least I think they've been good patches, but apparently not enough, unfortunately. Where do players go? Probably to play other games, is my guess. Well, I'm bored of HR because every HR game is just full of rat rogues, and I don't feel like getting followed by naked rogues the entire game. So normals ends up being a lot more fun, to be honest. Which is kind of a shame because it feels like I can't even use my gear without dealing with them. So it's kind of old. Yeah, I played HR the other day off stream, and basically every game I played had naked rogues just running around, just griefing PvP. Because they're not looting, like they're literally only there to follow and try to third party. It's really obnoxious. They're not like it's no risk. Like all they just they're all squire. It's just, you know, it's very unfun. Kind of old. Waiting on the Quan. Yeah, I don't know when like when the next Quan test is supposed to come out, but I hope it's sometime soon. I like that game. This one. Product Zomboid? No, I've never played that. I mean, no, that's not true. Rogue has plenty of other perks and skills that are nothing like fighters' perks and skills. You don't need hide to make Rogue feel like a rogue. I don't agree with that. I've never seen a double jumping fighter. Saying. Never seen a tumble fighter. Although tumble I think needs to be rebalanced. I don't think tumble's like that great. Cutthroat is like one of the best skills in the game. It deactivates casters for long enough to full kill them for free. So, like, Rogue definitely has things that fighter doesn't have access to. Datamine release for April? I doubt it. That doesn't sound right. You think they would advertise if it was that soon? You know what the worst part about playing Ranger in solos is? I feel like I can't push people because I'm a Ranger. Like, I want to push that rogue, and I feel like I'm not supposed to. Which is, like, very annoying. It's why I like playing melee classes more. Because I like to be aggressive, and I feel like I can't really play aggressively as Ranger. Heck, even, like, rogue can play more aggressive, for sure. Tomorrow's your birthday? Cool, cool. Well, at this rate, man, it might not matter. If we continue on the path that we're currently on, next season, Dark and Darker is going to have under 10k players at peak. Because we've lost 5,000 players per season. And even if you don't think we're going to lose 5k, we very easily... Like, I'm having a hard time believing that we're not going to lose, you know, more players. What was I saying? I don't really know. I got kind of sidetracked from the player. I don't remember what I was saying anymore. I lost track. Oh, but yeah, I'm a little bit afraid that we're... Okay. Actually, thought I was gonna die there, but longbow does a lot of damage. Yeah, if he had actually been geared, yeah, that probably would have been a little bit harder for sure. Well, maybe. What did I have? Like 2/3? Something like that. Keep on, I haven't like played. I'm like basically a new ranger. I'm not good at this class, so keep that in mind. Like if I went to HR as ranger, I would probably get like cooked. Because I would end up getting geared up for sure. I would have, I mean, just I don't trust myself building like super good ranger kits. I just don't feel like I'm a great ranger. So this is like one of my weakest classes in the game. I know it's really strong, but it's not like anywhere near my best class. No, if you look at the videos that I posted, the beginner guides that I made, most of the fights I had in those beginner guides were like full geared blue players. No, there's plenty of geared players in normals. That's true. I'm definitely not a good example of what like ranger can do. Yeah, I don't play the class enough to like be a good example. Yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I just don't play the class. I mean, considering how versatile I am on playing like most classes in this game, I don't feel bad about it. You do realize that we're not fighting new players, right? You do realize that the two people that I fought were W-king me for PvP. You realize that, right? You meant that I don't run and I would rather just box? Oh yeah, I mean that's definitely how I play. I don't play this game to run, so that's very true. But I definitely don't think I'm like a good example of like a good ranger. If you want to see a good ranger, go watch like the lore. Yeah, he plays Ranger very, very well. Kind of hard to argue that. Be back in a moment. Well, that and part of the, honestly, the biggest issue is that there really aren't that many new players anymore. It's the player count. If we had 20,000 players, there would be a very healthy mix of both new, average, and like good players in your lobbies. The problem is the player count has gotten so low that most of the people that you're going to see at this point are probably going to be either higher than average player or our count, or players like me who have thousands, you know. And a big part of that is, again, there's only 2,600 players in Dungeon, so there's not enough people to even try to do any kind of, like, they're not enough, like, what are you gonna do? There's no players, you know? So unfortunately, unless a new season comes around and the player count gets a, like, significant increase, we're kind of just stuck with where we're at right now, which is definitely kind of unfortunate. I don't particularly like it either. Yeah, HR is full of basically the same exact players every single game. To give you an idea, when I was playing off stream, there was like this one rat rogue, and I saw him virtually every game I played, where he was just running around with like Squire trying to like third party like PvP and shit. And like the other players, like the geared players, again, same people. It's almost like you're playing on infinite loop against the same like 20 people over and over again in HR. And honestly, normals, you see the same names too. Look at my beginner guide videos and look at the kill feed for the same names. You'll very much see the same names over and over again in normals. It's a real problem, man. It's a really big problem. The player count is just not sustainable. Was it you? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the guy's name was. You're playing Skyrim now? I thought about streaming it, but I wasn't really sure, like, I didn't feel like anyone would actually want to watch. I started playing Tale of Two Wastelands. I finally got it working. It's been very fun. Yeah, it's like, it's Fallout 3 and New Vegas in the same game, and the Fallout 3 is revamped to be on the New Vegas engine. It's very fun. Been enjoying the hell out of that. you can't blame players for ruining a game. I think that's like a really silly viewpoint. It's always up to the developer. Because even if a player gives a suggestion, that doesn't mean that the developer has to listen to it. That's ridiculous. Anyway. I mean, Crash, quests are still terrible. I don't even do the quests. They're not fun. They don't give you any rewards that are really, like, worth it, so I just ignore it. Or ignore them for the most part. And gear being abundant is not... I think you're taking completely irrelevant things that are not what's hurting the player count. If you truly think that the player count is being hindered by an abundance of gear and quest items being purchasable, I think you're like very much mistaken. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't necessarily know if buying quest items is really the way to go, because I think questing, it just needs to be revamped in this game. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it's up to the developers to decide what they add to their game, so. Skyrim and Fallout has a mod pack on Mod Nexus. That's interesting. Well, I spent like 5 hours getting Tale of Two Wastelands to work. I'm committed now. I don't want to have to, you know. That's enough for me for now. Oh my god. That rogue came back? Oh, okay. Am I implying finding 5 legendary potions or 75 disarm traps is not fun? Yes, I am implying that. That is correct. The rogue has to be down there because I saw his chase steps. You think he's in that corner? Naked rogues at my lobby, naked wizards in yours. Honestly, naked rogues and naked wizards are both like so silly. Yeah, they both do be kind of funny. Okay. A lot of naked rogues though in my game for sure. I don't know what I'm missing. I mean, have you ever played Tale of Two Wastelands? Because it's probably one of the best Fallout 3 experiences I've had in a long time. Very fun. I mean, I'm just saying. It's very enjoyable. I am not best NA Ranger. That's cap. I'm not a good Ranger player for sure. I'm just here trying to make it work. This is good practice though. I'm not gonna bother chasing a call chop rogue. See, this is the kind of bullshit that I have to deal with in HR every single game. It's rogues that just like fall like... Oh. I'm dead. Oh, okay. Okay. Honestly, I kind of forgot how long it takes to open a portal as Ranger. That shit took like 18 years. Okay. It's like way longer than I thought it was going to. I was like, yeah, I'll just open this portal real quick. Doesn't matter. And then it just, the portal was not opening. All right. No shotgun? Shotgun feels so RNG based though, is the problem. I feel like shotgun either does everything or it does nothing. That's my biggest issue with it. Yeah, that took way longer than I thought it was going to. I definitely, I guess, could have played that better, but I don't know, I just thought the portal would open a little faster. That was very slow. Oh, I thought I was dead for sure. When that first hit me for like 60% of my health, I thought I was cooked. You need 15 knowledge for an invis spot. Yeah, wait, he didn't push me? He must have been one shot. I mean, I headshot him with the spear, so he was probably like, you know, he was definitely very low. He was over 60%. Wait, was he? I didn't really pay attention. There's no way he was at 60% and backed away there, right? Oh, you know what? He had power of sacrifice for the vigor and strength, so he might have actually had a lot higher. Yeah, maybe you're actually right. Because that 15 strength and vigor with that spell he used is pretty good. Yeah, it was the, but was it? No, yeah, actually, no, it was the rogue you were looking at, not the warlock. Yeah, it was the warlock I was fighting, so. Crash, you're just looking at the game from a veteran standpoint, not from a new player perspective. New players do not have an abundance of gear like you're claiming they do, or like you're claiming is playing the game. There's plenty of new. I mean, shit, man. Look how many players are running in Squire gear, and they like they don't even have like greens. I mean, in HR too. Like, there's so many rat rogues that aren't even running with gear. Like, clearly there's something there. Yeah, from a player with a lot of hours perspective, I can get gear pretty easily, but the casual over there with 100 hours is probably not going to be doing the same thing I'm doing. It's a different game we're playing. So, yeah. Hey, Gibbler. Welcome, welcome. I always forget you can block with the bow. I'm never gonna remember I can do this. Well, a part of the issue is that Dark and Darker does not do a very good job of onboarding new players. We had a whole big topic discussion on that earlier. This is one of like the least new player friendly games in existence for PvP. It's definitely up there. Your favorite streamer, Clavy? Oh, I'm glad to hear that, man. Glad you like the content. Appreciate it. Does Bo ever post? That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I've never tried. Honestly. Veteran players are basically in a bad spot no matter where they play. Either you play in normals and you fight like a mixture of like ungeared players, and then you fight like some, like you do fight good players here too. Like I've fought plenty of like high geared, like full blue players, whatever. So you either play in normals and you fight like a mixture of both, or you play HR and then you're plagued with, you know, the rogue rats that are running around like making fights very unfun. Also, it's like third-party central in solos. It's like whoever pushes first usually loses. There's a lot like wrong right now with HR. People play like way differently too. People in normals actually play fun. They actually fight me. In HR, they just run for the entire game, and that's basically the whole. Like there are people that run in normals too, but in HR it's way worse. I feel like normals just more fun. Which is unfortunate, to be honest. Also, virtually every single game you play in High Roller is going to have the same exact players. Also, speaking of same exact players, that guy that just died, that guy that died to Cyclops, that is the rogue that I just killed last game. That was invis. That was sitting in the water. Same exact rogue. I know because his name is whatever. Yeah, in normals and high roller, you're basically fighting on loop the same exact players over and over and over again because the player base is so dead. It's really sad, honestly. I don't like that that's the case. Would I pay money for a premium dad server? Why? Why would I pay for a dad server? What do you even mean? Like, you mean like to host my own games? Hey Picasso, welcome. You just got here and saw the title of the video? Yeah, Picasso, you missed a few hours of discussion topic. You're a little late. You're welcome to add your 2 cents though, yeah, but you did miss a lot. Don't tell me normals is like dead too. That was, oh my god, man. Is normals also like dying on top of HR being like very low pop as well? Okay, I'm just sad. I'm actually getting more sad as the stream goes. Because there's nobody in my game. And I played HR the other night, and like there were people, but it was like I was fighting the same people over and over again. So like it wasn't really alive, it was just like barely sustaining itself. There is not shit in my lobby. Oh my god, what happened? Is the whole game just dead now, man? This is so sad. Oh man, I'm not happy about this. I was gonna say, do we have to go play like Squire to Riches to like just find people? You and Morty queue into the same game 12 times in a row? Oh yeah, I'm not exaggerating. In High Roller, like seriously, pay attention to the people in your lobbies. You are fighting the same probably 20 some odd people in High Roller on infinite loop. It's crazy. I'm not exaggerating. HR is so dead, but it's being kept on life support by a very select few amount of players that are just playing in all of your games. Well, you know, Feezy, the streamers that are playing offline is an entirely different thing. There's a very big stream sniping issue in this game, and a lot of streamers do not enjoy playing it on stream because playing off stream is more fun. And I don't blame them at all. If the game is getting to the point where I'm not able to find players in my games, that is definitely not that is not a good indicator of a alive game. I mean, Goblin Caves is one of the most popular PvP maps. Like, it's way more popular than, you know, Blue Maelstrom and Frost Mountain. The only one you could argue. Like, we can try Ruins, but, like, straight up, Goblin Caves is one of the most popular games for PvP, and there's no one there. I mean, I was playing all last week, and I was playing Goblin Caves and having plenty of PvP there. It was never an issue. I know, because I was making the build guide videos from normals. I mean... Getting flashbacks to 6 months ago? Do you mean you mean like having trouble finding players in the games? Probably. Yeah, we probably had the same conversation before. Well, Dungeonborn was killed because of incompetent developers / bad development, but then actually maybe now you're making me realize it is kind of the same as Dark and Darker, because SDF definitely pile drove the community into the ground before Paul tried to pick up the pieces. This wipe is legitimately the first wipe I've ever seen where we've been getting genuinely good updates, and it's been all because of Paul. But Dungeonborn didn't have that. They never really had, like, a good string of updates. They didn't have, like, a Paul trying to carry the game. I don't think it's normal for the player base to be this small Even like towards the end, like we still have a month to wipe, guys. It's not like wipe is tomorrow. We still have plenty of time. I don't feel like it's normal for the player base to be this down bad. I don't know, at least I don't feel like it is. That's true. The castle map from Dungeonborn was legitimately a very good map. That was like a very well-designed looking map. I can agree with that. Strange place for a golem? You mean just generally? Because this is the default spawn for golem, right? Zell, I'm pretty sure that's default. I think that golem's always there. Pretty sure, at least. The water map problem is that there's water. That's true. That's so true. That's the biggest problem with the water map, is that there's water. That's so true. Reduce water on water map by like 95% in the game, and the map becomes better. Honestly. As stupid as that sounds. Oh yeah, do you guys remember low gear high roller? That shit was fun, actually. I enjoyed low gear HR a lot. But it's too many queues. It's not even like possible to do that at this point. Player base cannot support it. But I do remember that. That was very fun. Some of the most fun I've ever had, honestly, was running like low gear HR. Yeah, very enjoyable. Yeah, that's true. The space map will save us. True. Purple normals. Oh. Molotov just caught me off guard. I've like never seen anyone use it before, basically. It's such a rare item. Good old hunting traps. Get bear trapped, nerd. Hey, Full blue gear. It's funny. And you just know that players like this do not die very often. You just know it. He died fast there. I think I headshot him in Panther form. I think that's what ended up getting him. Got him real good. Okay, well. Sick. Well, no, I used the green trap. Green traps are very good. Yeah, they last almost twice as long as gray traps do. If that was a gray trap, it wouldn't have been nearly as good. Why do people always ask me why I'm in normals? The answer is probably obvious if you think about it. Player count is very low. HR is not doing so hot right now. It's full of Squire naked rogues ratting every PvP fight for the few players that are actually in High Roller. I mean... If you think these players are Timmies, these full geared players are Timmies, you're out of your mind. This is like this guy's in Squire, but it's not a Timmy. Like, no chess piece. This is very intentional because of Savage being so strong. Yeah, freaking like more than half my lobby is all like veterans. Like veteran players. You can tell by how they're gearing. This is the only Timmy in my lobby. This guy right here is the only one. Every other player is not a Timmy. It's like 4 out of 5 players are all like decent players. Yeah, honestly, I don't really understand the sentiment of HR equals better players. I think that, I feel like that entire sentiment is just, like, not true. I personally think blue gear versus blue gear in normals is one of the most skill-based ways that you can play this game. Legitimately, if you can play normals and win consistently against other blue-geared players as a blue-geared player yourself, you are in a very good spot, I feel like. Because at that point, the gear can't carry you. Like, you're not going to be able to get carried with blue gear. It's good, but it's not that good, right? But the moment you get to, like, full legendary, unique gear, you can definitely win fights because of your gear carrying you. It's a very different experience. So I don't know. I never really understood this, like, this thought process of people claiming that, like, normals is not, like, good or skilled gameplay. If anything, I would argue it's more skilled than HR, in a sense where you're not able to gear diff anywhere near as much as normals. Well, yeah, but the reality is, just because the stakes are higher doesn't make it more skill-based. If you have a, like, I mean, really, if you have a fight that's blue gear versus blue gear, and then have a fight that's legendary versus legendary, and you're both, like, running, like, the same general stats, what's the difference? as far as the like actual fight goes, it's the same exact thing. The only difference is that, again, there's higher stakes involved, right? Yeah, I don't understand the like hatred towards like normals PvP. I am glad to see people actually playing though, because Goblin Caves was dead as hell. So that's nice at least. One dies faster, it's the only difference because damage scales higher than defense. Well, Zell, I would argue if that's the case, and if Blue Gear versus Blue Gear fights are longer than Legendary versus Legendary, I would argue the longer a fight takes, the more skill-based a fight becomes, because it gives you more time to outplay the opponent. So if fights are quicker in HR, then fights are actually more skill-based than they are, I would say. Yeah, speaking from experience, in HR, gear is such a crutch at times. I mean, like, you can definitely build some kits in HR that can absolutely carry the hell out of you. I don't know. I feel like normals is just more interesting / fun. I know the gear is, like, not as, like, exciting, I guess. Like, killing a guy in full blue is, like, not, you know, the adrenaline pumping you're gonna see killing some guy with whatever. Or, you know, killing some guy with full, like, legendary bis, but it's definitely a more balanced and fun experience outside of that. Or at the very least, it's more balanced for sure. I do wonder if I should use the shotgun skill. And if I use the shotgun skill, which skill would I drop? Maybe just drop quick shot, since it only gives you 2 arrows anyway. And just take shotgun instead. And then just utilize the quick fire to get your shots out. Quick fire I feel like is more than good enough. I don't think you actually need quick shot. I mean, I would make the argument that SDF has really skewed this game towards more PvP focused playstyle over anything else. So I kind of just feel like we're playing the game exactly as it's supposed to be played. That's what I feel like. Did I ever change my... I didn't change my display capture. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Is it weird how silver gear is useless? What is silver gear? Is that the gear that gives you like a stat boost against undead or something? You think mobs are too easy in normals? Well, shit, I would go a step further past what you're saying, and I would say that HR mobs are not fun in this game. I think there's way too many of them. It's annoying. Have you ever been fighting somebody? Like a rogue? And you start winning the fight, they run away, they aggro like a million nightmare mobs, and then you are basically at a point where like they're completely unchaseable, and then the mobs usually end up screwing somebody. I feel like that is such a common thing in HR that I'm really happy does not exist in normals. I don't want like HR mobs to be easy, but I think they're too frequent right now. I think there are too many mobs in High Roller. I think they could be tuned down a little bit, and I would be fine. Oh, I lost the kit off stream when I played like 2 days ago. I lost the kit to a nightmare spider mummy. Some other guy aggroed the spider. I killed him. The spider was nowhere to be seen, but he aggroed the spider. It went to reroute itself back to the original vase location when I had to fight another person that third partied, and the spider came over, hit me one time, and then I couldn't move because I was slowed, and I got killed for free. And that's the kind of bullshit I cannot stand in High Roller. makes me so mad when stuff like that happens. Well, that's a interesting name. You know Demo makes... You know Demo still plays, he just doesn't play Dark and Darker. I think he like plays like Arc Raiders or something. Pretty sure. I guess he's moved on from his Dark and Darker reputation. So. Something like that. He weighs Marathon? Oh, does he? I don't really know. I don't like keep up with them or anything. I think someone mentioned it, and I looked it up like once, and I think I saw him playing Arc Raiders or something. Yeah, that's true. Sparky quit as well. Yeah, Sparky plays... I don't even know what he's playing now. You know, there's only one thing that I'm like actually grateful of for Dark and Darker, really, and that is just that it's given me an avenue to stream in a like just period. Just it gives me like a place to like stream, and I like streaming, you know. That's like basically the only thing that I'm, you know, thankful for with this game. I still don't really like SDF, but I'm glad he made the game itself, so I guess we got that going for us. I wish Paul had stepped up a little bit sooner, or however it happened. I wish that had happened a year ago. Who knows what could have happened with this game? I mean, it's a great game. It's a great good... I can't talk. It is a great game to stream. I do agree with that, obviously. Alright, I feel a little bad, actually. I actually feel really bad for that guy. Yeah, I do. Okay. I'll admit that I did feel a little bad for that one. I did feel. Yeah. Found one of the new players in the wild, obviously. Well, realistically, that fighter would have died anyway. This rogue for sure would have ended up killing that fighter. Because this rogue actually was... Although, I don't know, like, the rogue, he seemed like he knew what he was doing, but he didn't throw any knives or anything, so I don't really, like, exactly know what he was doing, but that's whatever, you know? That's kind of like whatever. Oh, I definitely don't feel bad for the rogue. That is for damn sure. I have no sympathy for rogue players. Basically saying don't play it unless you stream it. Dark and Darker? No, I'm saying I play it because I stream it. I'm saying that I'm glad Dark and Darker exists because it has allowed me to, like, actually do streaming for you guys. How is it a great game to stream and play off stream, or more fun off stream? Because the community ruins it by stream sniping and ruining lobbies. It's a community issue, really. Oh, there was another player. Oh, too late. Yep. I didn't think we'd fight. I didn't think we were going to see another player. Would a Timmy rush that module? Seems like a farmer. New players can rush modules. I mean, probably looked up like a Ruins best loot guide or something like that. I mean, they're kind of few and far between, but I'm sure there's some guides out there that are still roaming around. Same fighter 3 games in a row. I mean, yeah. I said it earlier, didn't I? The only reason that we even, like, have full quote-unquote lobbies is because we fight the same exact players over and over again. Really the only reason. You think that fighter is searching for me? Oh, you think he's from stream? Like that? I mean, it's possible, I guess. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, so. Well, the real issue is that this game doesn't have enough players now to even consider trying to separate, like, good players versus the not good players. I mean, it's not like it's my fault that Iron Mace doesn't have a system in place to separate these players. Unless you consider HR like that separation, but it's not really. Because there's no way to play normals, but, like, have it matter based on your, like, skill level. Like, that doesn't exist. You know? And the problem is there's not enough players to even do a system like that. If you tried it, well, like, how would it, I don't even see how it could work. You don't have, like, you would just be running through dead games because there's already a million queues as is. The people that play HR, because I played it the other night, so I can tell you from first-hand experience. There are players, but you fight the same people on infinite loop. The same, like, 20 people are playing HR and basically holding that mode together. So you will very, very frequently see the same exact names and classes over and over again. It's just how it is. Hey, you're a player. Hey, tripping. There's no footsteps, so I guess there can't be. I really thought I heard somebody. Yeah, honestly, HR is probably the best map probably the best mode in the game to just farm for free, because you're very unlikely to even see players if you're playing safely. Like, as long as you're not like playing super reckless and rushing the map and going to like super high hotspot zones, you're pretty unlikely to see anybody there. Especially if you go to like the alternative maps. Like if you go to like Ice Cave Hell, for example. I mean, it's a very different experience there. How high-end StarCraft 2 has been. I'm a big StarCraft player. You might not know. I played StarCraft 1 for, I don't know, over a decade. I suck ass at that game. But I do play it, or at least I used to. I did play StarCraft 2 on release, but I ended up going back to 1 when they remastered it. I was more of a use map settings kind of guy. I used to make maps. I feel like I didn't play that perfectly, but fine. I wonder how much I would have to play this game to get good at Ranger. Like, truly get good at this class. I feel like I would have to play a lot. Because I don't think I'm anywhere near the point I would need to be for... At least, or I'm nowhere near where I would want to be for Ranger. Was I jumping to make it harder to hit his head? Or, yeah, pretty much. I was trying to jump to get distance with my spear, but trying to make it so he didn't headshot me, pretty much. Also, I feel like parrying the rapier is probably always the wrong idea, so I figured... I was hoping the shotgun did enough damage that I could kill him. Am I done with melee Sork? Honestly, probably for now. No one's really playing it anymore. I'm not lying, I haven't seen a single melee Sork in probably over a week. Or if I have, it's been like one. Maybe. Try shotgun use inside of the enemy. Oh, am I not close enough for shotgun? Is that the issue? Am I too far away? Really? You might be right. What, dude, that think I didn't... Thought I didn't see you or something? Jesus. Dude, oh my god, that was so much damage. I'm dead. Yeah. Damn. GG. I messed up. Dude, that was such a high damage hit. It was like 60 damage or something he did. And I also ran out of blue pots, which was unfortunate. So he was pre-blue potted too. Ah, damn. GG. Yeah, we tried. I wonder how low he was. I should have checked. I imagine he was like very, very low there. Yeah, it was just so much damage he was doing. Yeah, I mean, that's really that's a good fight to show like how silly Rangers are. The fact that he was able to hit me with a ranged weapon and hit me for that much damage is absurd. Like, that is way too much damage for a Ranger to ever be doing at range. You should not be able to hit someone for half their HP like that. Like, that's actually insane. Yeah, it's pretty nutty. Pretty nutty indeed. Really sad I ran out of blue pots there. I wonder if that would have made a difference or not. Probably not. I probably would have died anyway. He got the shotgun off like quicker than I did, and I think that kind of like scaled the fight in his favor. Actually, it's not even a ranger issue. It's actually just a bow issue. Bows just do too much damage in this game. Feels like rather silly. It's been like a kind of a pain point balancing issue for a while now, I feel like. Oh, I'm very excited for Mistfall Hunter. Yeah, I'm with you there. Very, very excited for that game. Absolutely agree. No, melee sorcerer can work in normals as well. Even in like greens or blues, it's very strong. Gonna have to watch the start of stream. Professional, it's a lot of yapping. Yeah, we spent probably a good 2 hours talking about the state of the game. Yeah, I wouldn't mind to see a just general like bow nerf. Definitely feels like bows just do like a little bit, well, a lot of it too much damage, really. A little bit excessive, really. Honestly, it has made me question why I even bother playing classes like Wizard when Ranger has a spell that does more damage than basically everything Wizard currently has to offer. Damn, mobs. Oh my god, there's so many people here. Alright, well at least it's normal, so the mobs aren't as egregious. Gonna have to shut it through a few doors though. Any builds besides Bard use Rapier as a primary? No, I'm pretty sure Bard is the only class in the game that uses Rapier. Unless you want to do Demons, Glee Fighter. Well, Mistfall Beta was many, many months ago at this point, because the game got delayed and the beta got canceled, so... I did consider playing Survival Bow Forceful Shot. I feel like that would be pretty good as well. Why is that guy naked? What is he? What is that guy doing? Weirdo. Now that I can see him with all the brush. What is actually happening? This sorcerer is just running back and forth. This is actually like really silly. Alright, well, I'd actually die because I was so worried about the sorcerer chasing me naked. This is unfortunate. That sorcerer had me so caught off guard, I wasn't even, like, looking at the wizard. It's actually really, really sad. Oh, okay, he's dead. Longbow's a good spell. Or, whatever it's called. Shotgun's a good spell. I mean, I feel like I should have died there. That was a little silly. Take it though. No, crossbow cannot use shotgun. No, longbow is your best bet. That was really, really funny. That wizard had every advantage, at least from the fight, just because that sorcerer kept me so, like, busy that it didn't matter. Super funny. This sorcerer has to be, like, from stream or something, right? I feel like he's been, like, tailing me, like, the entire game, like it was High Roller. Like, actually, like, kind of silly. That's the kind of shit I would expect to see in HR, where they just run all the game and then I can't actually PvP because I'm being tailed by a naked player. Yeah. Little suspicious for sure. Little suspicious. Yeah, I'm just gonna reset. I don't really feel like dealing with... Shoot. I don't really feel like dealing with the sorcerer tailing me. He doesn't really seem interested in, like, really fighting, so... Yeah, he's definitely from stream, for sure. He's like right outside of the bridge room. Yeah, for sure. Silly guy, man. How did I get all this gear back? He must have died or something. I would assume so, at least. Not complaining, of course, but I'm surprised. Alright, let's see if we can find players on caves again, or if we're we're doomed to play ruins for the rest of the day. We'll see. Although, really, ruins is a better map for me than Goblin Caves is. It's way, like, more open. So, I guess really I should play ruins just because it's better for ranger. I guess I'm just used to playing melee classes, which is better for caves. But I just prefer Goblin Caves so much more. Although ruins is okay. If I die again, I might even just try, like, I might just freaking do, like, Squire Ranger. I just save myself having to build kits. If we keep running into Squire players, I'll just kill them on even gear. Doesn't really matter. I don't think Ranger actually needs gear to work. I think with Longbow, Shotgun, I think even in white gear, it's fine. Still strong. Dude, 90 damage for one bow shot is so high. That's so good, man. Trap Mastery is slept on. No, I like Trap Mastery. I like that perk. Just don't, it's hard to make, it's really impossible to make space for it is the problem. I don't know what the hell I would even try to drop for it. It is good though. Well, when you don't hit yourself with the trap, that is, it's good. Yeah, 90 damage in blue gear is very, very good for a ranged weapon. Shit, man, that's like 2/3 of Rogue's health right there. Alright, I guess I'm just not gonna be able to hit the goblin or something. Oh. Alright, well, leave him alone. I will say I considered maybe taking backstep, but I just don't know if backstep's like still worth it after the movement changes. I feel like the reason backstep was so good before is because the movement while jumping was so crazy. But now with the change, I just don't really know if it's still worth it. I feel like it's not. Feels like a waste of a perk or a skill slot. I went from being like a must take on ranger to being like, eh, kind of whatever. I don't know where that freaking Gabi came from. Chase saved my ass there, by the way. Without Chase, I'm dead. Because I wouldn't have seen those. You know. So close to killing him too. What do I even do now? I need to make sure I don't hit my own trap like a dumbass. Remember, my trap is like right there on the floor. If I hit that in PvP, like when he's close, I'm just dead. How much damage do you think that shotgun actually did to him? I feel like it wasn't enough. Yeah, I feel like shotgun is not... I wonder if I need a forceful shot or something. It's just with rage, it's kind of hard to, like, actually stay away from them. Well, I guess if he has Iron Will, it's useless anyway, though, right? Because Iron Will completely negates that anyway. Well, no, if I took forceful, it would be with survival bow. I know it's terrible for longbow. I would change bows. I don't really know where he went. As I'm playing this, Ghost, give me one other melee extraction recommendation I could play right now. Because there is none. Dark and Darker basically has a monopoly on melee extraction games until later this year. So, what else do you play? There's literally nothing else. Not a single other game that isn't dead. Yeah, I mean, later this year we'll have plenty of other options, but right now, yeah, there is none other. Yeah, honestly, at this point in the season, I think the player count is down so bad, I almost feel like I have to play a different game too. When the player count, like, gets so low, it gets to the point where there's really nothing else to do in the game. Because, I mean, the game is basically a glorified PvP arena for me, because, well, what else am I gonna do? And, like, look at the player count, or the kill feed, I mean. There's no one in my game. One barbarian, apparently, and that was it. Mistfall Hunter was already just as fun, if not more fun, than Dark and Darker for me. So as soon as Mistfall Hunter comes out, I imagine I will like full on transfer over, as long as the game is good on release. Mistfall Hunter was like the game for me. I love that game. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Ghost. If you see a lizard, if you see a red lizard with Y, you just assume it's feet. You're not even wrong, honestly. It's not even wrong. Yeah, caves is just... There's just like, there's no one here, man. There's like one guy. Like, what do I even... I can't even play the map I like playing. There's no point. I have to play Ruins. Man, this sucks. I'll be right back. Yeah, Crypts Normals is like the only playable map that you can go to now that actually has players. It's unfortunate, for sure. You've been downloading my streams? Is that so? I didn't realize people downloaded my YouTube streams. That's a lot of, that's a lot. They're like 6 to 8 hours long, usually. You finished the Naquan videos? How did you like Naquan Burning Blaze? Did you like it? You feel like the PvE maps are for people farming bosses? Yeah, PvE is basically a boss rush / interaction speed fight of whoever can loot the quickest. Very silly. I don't think PvE mode is in a super great state right now, to be honest. I really do hate that the game has gotten to the state that it's in. With how good the updates were this season. Like, I am pretty, like, it really is sad to see. I really was very, very hopeful. Truly liked it, can't wait for next playtest. Watching other people play was kind of annoying. Wait, really? Wait, why? What was so good about my gameplay? I feel like I was kind of bad too. Well, you know what? I think I improved a lot. Like, my first game, or like my first time playing was pretty rough, but I feel like I got like a lot better as I went. You can't get into a fight against bosses in PvE anymore. You wanted to run PvE to practice troll and you couldn't fight the troll. Oh, because people keep, like, coming over and... Yeah. I'm not surprised. Really. Kind of how it is. Well, yeah, seeing how the state of the game, like, has been going over the last few weeks, I am wondering if... I don't know. I don't... You know what? I think where it really stemmed from was that Q&A. That developer Q&A was really bad. One of the worst dev Q&As I've probably ever watched. It was definitely up there. Very, very boring. Didn't really go over any of, like, the pressing questions or anything like that. I feel like ever since then, and then, like, SDF's, like, big announcement was, like, that stupid new game he's working on that no one seems like they care about. I don't know, I feel like the mood has changed a lot in the community. Not, like, my mood, but, like, just the general vibes of whatever. Streams and whatnot. Also, those super overpriced flame skins are kind of almost an insult with how expensive those things are. Yeah. Like that, like, you know, it's almost felt like they spent more time pushing their new skins than they did talking about anything that's actually new coming. Almost everything they talked about that was like they were supposed to be working on or coming soon was all like, yeah, we were gonna work on that, but it's been delayed. And that was so many topics we talked, like so many times they said something like that, which is it's so sad that I don't know. I was hoping for more in that Q&A. Really. Expertise from other games carries over. Well, yeah, me playing so much Dark and Darker has helped me in all other extraction games that I played. Even like Mistfall Hunter like came like second nature to me, just because of how similar it is to Dark and Darker. There's not any footage of it because it was off stream. But I learned how to make $1 million a game in Naquan using like a key route. It's like super busted. I'm sure it's gonna get nerfed though. It's probably too strong. Would kind of like ruin the economy if that got out there. Well, yeah, when they started talking about like the talent tree and all that stuff, and they kind of just said like, yeah, we were working on it and then it got delayed, and I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting from the dev Q&A, but I just knew it wasn't that, unfortunately. I wonder if I should drop my spear and grab Trap Mastery instead for melee fights. Trap Mastery is actually really cheesy. It could be worth considering, and just take like a rapier or something. It's not better. It's not like a better weapon or anything, but Trap Mastery would be kind of a nice thing to have. Yeah, pretty much everyone I talked to from the Q&A gave nothing but negative feedback about it. It was, yeah, it was pretty disappointing. Lorgo's arming. Oh, is arming sword better than rapier? Never really tried it. I mean, I've played arming sword before, but never on ranger. Dang, yeah, maybe the rapier really is that bad. It does feel really stupid having to use a perk to use one weapon. Like, this perk feels like such... I don't know, it feels really bad. That trap might not actually do anything. Oh, there's no door there. Oh, shoot. See, if I had trap mastery, oh. Oh, wait, I goofed up. Wait, what the? Okay, I guess I just played that terribly. He hit the trap, and I was like, okay, I'll hit him with the shotgun, and it just did not work at all. What happened there? Did he block the entire shotgun? I was like, wait, what happened there? I feel like the entire shotgun did nothing there. How the hell did that even happen? Did the shotgun just do nothing? I feel like the shotgun is just getting me killed. I guess just perfect blocks. Yeah, like the multi-shot just actually did nothing. Alright, well. I don't really feel like gearing, so I'm going to just run Squire. I can't be bothered at this point to even... I can't be asked. I'll just run Squire. Yeah, I kind of feel like the shotgun is... I feel like it's not really doing what I was hoping it would do. It's honestly, it's the same that I thought it was already. I think it's just too inconsistent. Shotgun just feels... I don't know. It just feels not great. It feels like shotgun either does really, really good and it one-shots somebody, or it does absolutely nothing and you just kind of die. It feels wildly inconsistent. I really hate it. But then sometimes it legitimately one-shot. Like that wizard got one-shot earlier. Just straight 100 to 0 one-shot. And it's like, okay. Well, in a fight like that, it makes it look like you have to use, you know, or it makes it look like shotgun's super good, but... Yeah, I think I'd rather just use quick shot and quick fire and just call it a day. It just does not feel consistent enough, unfortunately. I mean, heck, I think I was actually doing better with quick fire, quick shot. I think my fights were going, like, very, very well. Yeah, with quick fire and with quick shot, I feel like I'm more so doing what Ranger is supposed to do, which is range. Because shotgun is like, it's so like anti-synergy, it feels like, because shotgun is supposed to be used in melee, but you're a range class, so it feels like really strange. Hey, thank you, Virus, for the sub. I appreciate that. Oh, 6-month resub, damn. Thank you, thank you. Low he was from those shots that I did. How have to be somewhat low, right? I'd assume. See, like, in that kind of spot, the spear is so much better. Honestly, I feel like spear might have just won that fight straight up. Spear is legitimately so much better than rapier. I feel like in, like, every single way, it's just better. Like, why am I even, like, using this thing? Like, for what, basically? Blocking with arms is better against ranger than blocking with a shield. Like, it is strictly better. I think so, at least. Except against, like, shotgun. When you're chasing, it's better. Because you maintain all your movement speed. Next wipe. Next wipe is next month, sometime. Yeah, we don't actually know. Iron Mace is really bad at relaying that kind of stuff. We just know it's next month. We don't have a date. Even though Iron Mace said that we would have, like, known dates from now on, we still have not gotten one. So. Kind of just waiting for that. Oh, yeah. Like the battle pass thing, or the seasonal pass that you can buy from Iron Mace, but there's no end date, so... Yeah, I'm kinda with you there. What is doing so much damage? Dude, holy shit, that was so much damage. What was that? That was crazy. Was that Whirlwind? Holy shit, I so much damage. Jesus, man. That range was insane, too. I was Wing the other direction, and he still hit me. I think I'm too slow. Oh, you know what? We need to change. We should change our skin. Our skin is wrong. I should not have, Yeah, hold up a second. Let me fix my gear a little bit. We're actually running the wrong gear for normals. Hold up. You don't use Forest Hood because it's too slow. You also don't use Light of Keaton because it's too slow as well. I cannot believe he was able to catch up to me there, but I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. I think you were on Lightfoot Boots too. Where's our Lightfoot Boots at? Yeah, that gains us 6 movement speed. Yep. 6 freaking movement speed, man. For basically no drawback. Yeah, that's just strictly better. Okay, that should be... You know what? If I'm gonna go this route, should I just run... Nah, I think Survival Bow doesn't work in Squire. I think Survival Bow is only if you have gear. So, for the sake of Squire, I actually think you have to use Longbow. Survival is only good if you have, at least, like, blues on. Maybe greens, but at least blues. Yeah, that Whirlwind was insane. That did so much damage. And it had, like, the range was so crazy. You don't see a lot of Whirlwind nowadays. Maybe it's only specifically good in normals. Because I don't think I've fought a single Whirlwind Barb in HR in forever. But to be fair, I was too slow. I mean, I was 6 movement speed slower than I'm supposed to be. Because I should have had Lycan on the whole time. I don't know why I had, like, any hood on. Lycan is definitely, like, pretty best. Nothing really beats it. Except maybe the dexterity, croc skin or whatever that thing's called. That thing is pretty good, too. Wanderer? Oh, you know what? Wanderer is probably better. Wanderer attire? Yeah, I can agree with that. I probably should swap that out too. Is Wanderer attire -3 or -4? Either way, it's probably better. I'm really hating not having a spear. I feel like you have to play spear as ranger. I feel like this is just trolling. It feels so bad not having one. I feel like spear is just so good for melee. I really, really do not like this rapier. Because at least when I have a spear, I feel like I can actually melee people. Like, who have... I don't know, it's just such a strong weapon compared to rapier. I feel like... It feels really stupid using a perk for one weapon, but I think you have to. Or at least you're heavily incentivized to do it. I don't like Arming Sword either, though. The Arming Sword's third attack is terrible. I really do not like that weapon. Yeah, after this game, I'm gonna swap back to Spear for sure. I actually wouldn't mind this guy killing me at this point, if it means I can put a Spear back on. I'm way too close range for this. This is where I would rather have a survival bow. This longbow is so, like... I feel like I'm too close for this. Yeah, I'm way too close to that, like, statue. Alright, let me switch my gear a little bit. Let me swap to Spear really fast. I actually don't mind that I died there. Let me get this off. Like, I couldn't even block that door because I have, like, that rapier was so... That rapier was so troll there, man. What am I supposed to do with that thing? It's just so... Yeah, that was so terrible. Alright, I'm done with that. Yeah, I'm just gonna use... I'm just gonna forever just use the spear. I feel like it's the only weapon I like playing on Ranger. If it's not for a spear, it just feels... I don't know. Feels like I'm not even playing, like, the right class. Yeah, I'm good with this. Like, imagine if I had the spear in that spot. The amount of range I would have had probably would have hit that wizard and killed him, like, along that, like, little tight, like, statue. Almost guaranteed that spear would have won me that fight. Even one singular headshot was probably enough. I know he was close to dead. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just... Oh, I forgot. I need to change the Wanderer attire, too. But yeah, it's really hard to get away from this weapon. Which is part of why I think it should honestly just be a base... It should just be a base piece of gear. Or a base perk, I mean. Whatever you want to call it. I don't think you should have to use a perk to use a weapon that gives you no, like, stat advantage. Spear is, like, too required for Ranger. At this point, I think you should just be, like, by default. Well, yeah, just everything about this is just better than the other alternatives Ranger has. And then, like, when that wizard went in biz, I don't even have a spear. If I have a spear there, I probably could have blocked them at the door. Funny enough. But don't have those options with this weapon, unfortunately. I will say, Ranger is nowhere near as good in Squire gear compared to, like, Fighter and Barb. I don't think Ranger is a particularly strong Squire class in comparison to the other classes. I'll take Fighter any day. Is Survival Bow Forceful Shot even playable in Squire? Because that's the build, like, that's the build that I really want to try. I just don't feel like I'm going to do any damage if I'm in fights. I feel like all of Survival Bow's damage is from your jewelry and your, like, cloak and stuff. From the additional fizz. If you don't have additional fizz, I think it just does nothing. Oh, he got through the door. Well, that's the end of me, I guess. Wait, he didn't W key me? Alright. Oh, I guess we're gonna try again. I don't know why he didn't. Sucks unless you're Giga geared. Yeah, I think Ranger is just one of those, like, kind of gear-dependent classes that gets, like, really, really strong once you get some gear. God. Damn it. This is really annoying. Yeah, I definitely don't think Ranger is the class to play for Squire. Like, this definitely doesn't, like, feel anywhere near as good as when I was running, like, Blues. But the thing is, like, once Ranger, like, truly gets online, the class gets super disgusting. It's just... Yeah, I don't know. In Squire, it just kind of feels like it's whatever. Give you an idea, Squire Fighter, I think has like 40% action speed or something like that. I think it's 40. Meanwhile, I have like 6. But as like you get geared, the difference in that Squire doesn't make as much of a difference. Because then like Fighter gets like 50, but then you're sitting at like 20 or 30, so... Like, I'm not even sure if I can kill this barb. Cleric is also way better in Squire. It's not even close, dude. It's like, it's a different game. Oh, I don't have Trap Mastery. I thought I had Trap Mastery for a minute. I'm wrong. Yeah, like this barb has such a big advantage on me, I think, without me being like even geared. This is probably the last time I ever played Squire Ranger, to be honest. This is like such a waste of time. Feels like I'm not even doing enough damage to like actually fight him. Does this guy even care that I'm hitting him? Am I even doing damage? Holy shit, we actually killed him. Wait, we actually killed him. Jesus Christ. I feel like my bow was doing 0 damage the entire fight. Bro got way too cozy for sure. Yeah, the amount of effort it took to actually fight him is completely absurd. Yeah, Squire Ranger is definitely not it, for sure. Yeah, this has got to be one of the least fun Squire classes I've played. Probably up there with, like, Rogue. What is even the point? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was out healing my bow damage there. Lore says Ranger's more gear dependent and he's a Ranger main. If Lore says Ranger's gear dependent, then I am inclined to believe him because this feels really, really quite bad in Squire. Like I am like this. I do not feel strong at all in this gear. I'm sure he feels very silly for dying because I don't think he should ever be dying to a Squire Ranger player. Probably not. At least I would say probably not. Yeah, to give you an idea, in Squire, fighter has 10, 15, 30% base action speed. That's baseline, 0 other stats. So even in Squire, honestly, I think fighter's like it's just way stronger. Fighter feels way less gear dependent, to a degree. It depends on what kind of fighter you're playing though. Like Slayer fighter requires basically no gear at all, and you can kill a lot of different players. This kind of build, like an actual like PDR fighter, requires some gear. But then once you get like full blues, you actually feel really strong. Well, I definitely don't think that Barbarian took me seriously. I think he saw how much damage I was doing in Squire and just he just kind of figured I couldn't kill him. And honestly, he was right. If he didn't troll so hard by drinking a pot in my face and letting me hit like 6 spear hits, I never would have killed him. Which just shows me that he was literally full HP the entire fight. I was doing 0 damage. He was out healing my damage in Squire. So, you know, I'm kind of just this what it is. Classes like Fighter and Barb have the advantage of not needing prep time. Wizard, you need Ignite Haste. Sorcerer, you need Glaciate. Bard, you need to buff up yourself. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Why Barbarian kind of just W key and presses skills. Hey, Lord Snakers. Welcome. Good to see you. I found you. Wait, NASA, were you the Barbarian? Or Captain, were you the Barb? 2 people, I think, are claiming that they're the Barbarian right now. Which one of you was it? Yeah, legitimately, I do not think Squire gear is balanced at all in this game. I think the point where the game starts to feel balanced is where everybody is running in, like, greens or blues. That's truly the point where I feel like my fights are even. Like, Squire versus Squire, it feels very class dependent. And then in HR, even HR, I feel like the gear makes a bigger difference, but in like greens or blues, the game feels like the most balanced out of every single like matchup you can have, to me at least. I feel like the game is balanced in HR. Yes and no. It is, but there are some things that are problematic. But the most balanced is like green and blue gear. More balanced in HR, I think. Like, I think if every class in normals has even blue gear, I think everybody has an even chance to win, pretty much. There's still some class counters though, in like blue gear normals. I won't, or you know, just normals in general. I'm not gonna like pretend like it's perfect, but if you compare them both, I think normals has like the most fairness in terms of even gear. but not for Squire. I don't think Squire is like very balanced. Certain classes just have a very distinct advantage. Like Barb versus Ranger and Squire, I think the Barb has a massive advantage. But then once Ranger gets some good gear, the Ranger is very capable of winning that fight. I will say, I think debatably the strongest class in the game for normals, one of them is probably Cleric. I think Smite DP Cleric is really, really strong in normals. There are some counters to it, but overall it feels very consistent. Mecha Break's dying. I'm not surprised. I thought Mecha Break was... I didn't really like it that much. I played it for like less than an hour and I didn't really like it very much. Didn't really feel like my cup of tea. Not really a huge fan of mech games for the most part. I can't even think of a mech game that I enjoy. Does it contradict? No. Bows still do too much damage. The gear thing. God, we're gonna get third-partied now. This is fun. That bard should have died. Now I have to worry about this dude. This game is not balanced around Squire, and it shouldn't be balanced around Squire, to be honest. It's a gear-based game. Like, Squire is never going to be balanced. That's not how it works. It is literally not possible to balance this game based on Squire alone. It's never gonna happen. The sorcerer! The sorcerer, bro. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? The sorcerer. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Sick. Oh. Thanks. God damn it, man. Third party out of 10, yeah. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, that's actually really sad. Man, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks a lot. I don't even know how the sorcerer got over there, because he was fighting an entirely different person on the other side of that bridge. I have no idea how that even happened there. Yeah, bows being broken isn't even a solo thing. Bows are broken in duos and trios. Like range damage is just too high. As soon as Ranger gets to, like, blue gear, yeah, you're hitting, like, half of someone's HP with a headshot, which is insane considering it's an any range weapon. You know, Barb has to actually melee you, though. Barb cannot do half your health from across the map. That's like, the key difference. Like, I still think range damage is too high. I definitely, like, feel that way. Is it even worth, like, playing HR? I feel like my HR gear is worthless. I feel like there's just no point. Yeah. Shame. Fall off damage with a bow. If there is, it's very minuscule. Not that if there is, I've never really noticed it. Because even from across the map, they still do a ton of damage. There might be a little bit, but it's not like anything too crazy. I like Goblin Cave's PvP so much more, but it's literally dead over there, so I can't even play it. I can only imagine if Normal's Goblin Caves is dead, how dead HR's gotta be. I don't know, man. I might just have to find, like, I feel like I almost feel like I have to find a new game to stream until wipe happens, because I don't feel like I can even, I don't know. I don't see how, I just don't see how I can stream this until, like, the player count goes back up for wipe. Can't use my gear for high roller. I mean, I can play one singular map on normals to find players. I don't know. I guess I could just pray that there's enough people from stream that join my lobbies that the HR fills, but I don't know. The game is not balanced in Squire. I don't understand where you're confused, Runts. Game is not and has never been balanced around Squire gear. Just because something is bad in Squire doesn't make it bad. In gear, bows are insanely strong. You don't even need that much gear to make them work. I can't believe that hit. I thought for sure I would have blocked that. Wait, this guy's wasting all his HP on. Until he wasted his entire health pool on casting Hydras. Yeah, no amount of new player content is gonna actually save this game. Can't save it from the inevitable, it seems. Well, that dude was wasting 12 HP on throwing out multiple Hydras, so at that point, I was, you know, it just felt like that was a pretty easy kill. Ever see me on this map? The Goblin Caves is dead. I'm now forced to play this map. It's the only active like map at the moment. I was trying to play Goblin Caves and I was getting like completely dead lobbies. I don't have a choice. I didn't want to play here, but I have to. So it just kind of is what it is. I think a true indicator that a game is starting to die off a little bit is when you're forced to play certain matches or modes just to get players in your games. Can't really push Warmaul like that. It's really not the right call, I imagine. Okay. There you go. That's one way. Oh my lord. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no, that guy's geared. That barb is so looted. Shit. Oh my god, there's a lot of loot on the line here. Can't loot. Okay, this sling is such a waste of space. I don't even know why the fuck I use this thing. It's so terrible. Sling is actually so actively terrible, it's so funny. What was Iron Mace even thinking, man? If I had a lantern secondary, it would just be better. It's like, it's just such a waste of space. So annoying, man. I don't care about his Wormhole. It's actually a very expensive kit. Connie, the game should not be dead a month before wipe. You can go look at a game like Arc Raiders, or Hunt Showdown, or, I don't know, take your pick, Escape from Tarkov, and see that the player count should not be this down bad, this close to wipe. It's like, it's way, way worse than it should be. To say that the game should be this dead, where I can't even find players in my matches, unless I play Ruins, is kind of crazy. Like, we have a month to go. An entire month? That's a long time, man. It's not like we're getting wipe in, like, 2 days. I mean, wipe is really soon, man. Or, I mean, wipe is not as soon as I feel like you're making it out to be. Like, my Goblin Caves matches should not be this dead. This is, like, it's really disheartening to see. We just know wipe is sometime later next month. I'm not a big, like, specifically player count guy, except for when it affects the gameplay. And I'm usually one to say, like, yeah, I don't think the player count is everything, but for me to be physically unable to play certain maps because the game is so, my lobbies are so empty, and like in HR you're fighting like the same like couple guys over and over again too, it just feels kind of bad. No, wipe is next month, jeez, not this month. How much is that barb kit? Oh, it's a lot. I mean, it's not like complete bis, but it's... The chest piece alone is 2,000 gold. Cheapest Wolf Hunter with two stat rolls is 3k. This is probably like an 8 to 10k kit. I would say akin closer to like a high roller cost gear set. Yeah, this is like HR cost right here. That's insane. That is so much money to spend for a normal skit. Yep, and these boots too are good stats as well. I don't even know how much these boots would cost, but cheapest equivalency is like 10k, because all these are like less stats. So yeah, at least 10k. Wolf Hunter and Tripod isn't bis. Well, the stat rolls aren't bis. These could be 3 and 3, not 2 and 2. So no, they're not bis. No. That could be 3 strength, 3 vigor. That could be 3 dex, 3 vigor. That could be 30 armor. These could be 4 fizz power, not 3. Those could be 3, 3. I mean, there's definitely like things that could be improved here. There's a new rule for subs? No, I'm not aware of anything new. I mean, that's fair. That is true. Nothing's really gone viral in Dark and Darker for a while now. You're not wrong. Heck, I mean, there's like almost no creators for this game at this point. Most of the creators have quit the game. I feel like I'm like one of the few people that are even still making content on this game. Like, I made a video like 3 days ago or something like that, but how many other creators even are there that are like... I don't think there's that many. It's few and far between at this point. It sure feels like it. Sucks to see. Like, I'm not happy about it. It's not like I'm sitting here like hoping the game downfalls. Why would I, like, obviously why would I hope that? I want the game to succeed. I think that goes without saying. Yeah, Connie, I mean, it's fine. We worst case, we have a few other extractions coming out this year. We have Mistfall Hunter, Daquan, maybe Hunger. That Ad Mortem game looks pretty good too. So we have a few options that are coming up just in case, like on the back burner. Yeah, Sparky quit as well. Yeah, he doesn't play anymore, period. Or is important? Yeah, but this game's not going to get any exposure in like the current game state, and STF is to blame for that. It's 100% on STF for doing the updates he did for so long. Basically, Paul is trying to pick up the pieces, and The hope is that it's not too little too late for this game, because Paul has been doing very good updates. But SDF was doing really bad updates for so long, it's like, I'm just sitting here hoping that it's not too late. You know? Vincent, Lore, Glock, Yami, Chip, and Repos have all uploaded recently. Have they? Oh, I didn't realize that all of them had posted I didn't realize all of them had posted recently. I didn't even know Party Chip was still making content. I haven't seen Party Chip, like, stream or anything in so long. I think it's hard for exposure to work out when a dev pisses off so many people. Yeah, you mean when STF decided to, remove solos from the game? Yeah, I feel like that was definitely not a super great time for, the community, or Dark and Darker in general. I'm with you there. Yeah, I know Vincent's pretty steady with combat, or content, yeah. Vincent's definitely, like, steady. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I keep trying to make this stupid sling work, and I feel like it never does well for me. I feel like I don't know, I feel like it's just not very good. I keep, like, wanting the sling to work, and it never, like, really works the way I want it to. Recently is 2 weeks ago for Chip. Yeah, I don't know if I would consider 2 weeks necessarily recent. Oh, Lore's been still making consistent content? I guess I'm not surprised. I don't know if Lore plays any other games consistently. I know, Soapy went to Arc Raiders. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he still plays it or not, but I know at some point in time, Soapy had, like, quit and then was playing that. I wouldn't be surprised if Soapy doesn't come back, because it seemed like he was doing just fine on other games. I mean, I don't really know if there's much reason for him to come back at this point. Truly. Alright, let's see if we can find any players on caves. Party Chip did a Discord stream yesterday? That is crazy. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't realize he was doing Discord streams. Off the high roller. Well, originally I moved to I moved to normals to do those beginner guides, which I am still working on. I mean, I've done 3 beginner guides in the last, like, week or so, week and a half. But aside from that, normals PvP has just been more fun. And normals has had a lot more PvP, but that seems to be shifting a little bit. Like, normals, our HR is still, like, pretty... Like, you're basically just fighting, like, the same few players in HR over and over again, but normals is feeling a lot less populated as well, unfortunately. Oh, I thought Arc Raiders was boring since basically day one. I never really enjoyed that game too much. I tried to like it, but I just could never get into it. People were playing Goblin Caves just last week. I honestly think the game is just kind of, like, dwindling down. Honestly, what I'm most worried about is that when the new season comes, what the player count is like day one. Because we've lost 5k players every single season for the last, like, 4 wipes. So, if this season we lose more players again, it's gonna be a pretty big red flag. Because we've already lost so many people as it is. Yeah, I think last season, or this season, sorry, was 11K or something. The previous one was 16. If we get this season day one with less than... If we're like under 7 or 6K on day one, I will be very worried about this game. I mean, I already am worried about this game. Hey, there's actually some people in my game this time. It's nice. Iron Mace hasn't really shared anything. That's another issue. Iron Mace made it sound like they were going to be more upcoming about like content and all that, and I feel like the dev Q&A was really lackluster and more just was an hour period of talking about everything that got delayed or wasn't getting released for the most part, or their skin cosmetics or whatever. So I'm really not even sure like what new content is going to be added at this point. I don't even know. Well, outside of just content for the game, or good updates for the game, they need to advertise more. We need some legitimate advertising, not just like some streamers here and there. We need, I don't know where it needs to be, but somewhere. We need some kind of advertisement to try to get players actually, like, here on this game, because the current like way that things are going is not working. What do I suggest they fix? If you watch like the first 2 hours of my stream, Zoo, we went over like a huge like discussion about things that I thought they should like fix or change. Kind of a lot to like talk about at this point, to be honest. I feel like I've yeah, it's a lot. It's a pretty long list. Yeah, and I definitely don't want people to mistake my conversation as negative. It's not really negative. I would say it's more disappointed. Because I want Dark and Darker to do well, and I feel like it's not doing as well as what I am hoping for. Yeah, it's more like criticisms than it is me just being like bashing the game. That's really not what the intention was. Outside of maybe bashing SDF a little bit for getting us to this point, but kind of hard to get away from that. Are we at the 2v1 and somebody with the Gavi? Oh man, this is funny. Oh, that poor fighter. Oh my god. 2v1. Oh my god. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this fighter killed that goblin, whoever that guy is. I'm pretty sure he killed him, and he wanted revenge. Because I don't see why else he would ever have helped me either. That's so toxic. It's so it's kind of toxic, but you know, we'll take it. I'll take the freebie. You be fuming? Oh, I would also be fuming. If I lost my kit because of a Boston bargain goblin like that, oh, I would be pissed. I mean, that's a lot of damage, man. Those goblins are no joke. I mean, they do a lot. This is a good kit, too. Wow. Yeah, that guy's not happy about that one for sure. Yeah, my guess is that grippy guy that died just now is probably him. Should jewelry go back to piles and bosses? I don't like the jewelry change, so I'd be fine if it went back to the way it used to be. You wouldn't hear any complaints from me. It's the same geared fighter who was looking for me earlier on Crypts. Oh wait, was it really? Oh, that's hilarious. Well, now I feel even better about that. You don't get that kind of action on HR. That's for sure. Remember the name? Yeah, I didn't realize it was the same. I will tell you straight up, just based on the few games that we've played of normals today, I think it is very likely that I am seeing way more veteran players than I am seeing new players. I think I've only seen a very small handful of new players or people that look like new players. I think the overwhelming majority have been like geared or like sweaty players, like this barbarian right here. Playing normals, yeah, we stole a barbarian's like literal, or not literal bisque, but we stole his some of his bisque gear. This kit's probably like 10k plus, funny enough. And we just stole this fighter's gear too. You think the early wipe sent players away? Is it even an early wipe, though? I feel like since Dark and Darker first released, it was always assumed that wipes would be roughly 3 months, and anything past 3 months was basically a delay. Oh, Tomb, was that you? Dude, that goblin was above jumping, and he led me to you to come fight you. That goblin totally griefed the hell out of you. I guess you killed him. Like, I think that was maybe whatever the guy you just killed, it had to be him. Because he knew exactly where you were. Yeah, it was a little cheesy for sure. Sorry about that. I respect the quarterstaff play, though. Do you guys feel like the wipe was fast? How frequently do you feel like the wipe should be total? Because to me, I think I think 3 months is fine. Well, if the wipe was super fast and too easy for you, I feel like that's more of it's more indicative of you being a good player and being good at farming gear. Yeah, I do feel like the money dupe kind of took away from the game a bit, honestly. I think that's fair. Even though it was quote-unquote fixed, I think the dupe still kind of hindered the game experience a little bit. I could agree with that. Run the barb kit? I mean, we could. But I was kind of enjoying playing cleric, to be honest. Well, just to be clear, Iron Mace will never make SSF longer than 2 weeks because during the dev Q&A, they mentioned SSF and Paul talked about how boring the game was after 2 weeks of SSF, so I don't expect that to come back. 2 months, like, at most, I would say. Just saying. I am curious what this barb's stats were, though. Well, I am a little curious. What's the intent of wipes? To prevent players from having a overwhelming stash of high-end gear over the course of years on end. If the game never wiped, the game would be full of players that have stash tabs of artifacts. Dave, I don't think anyone cares about Legacy. Well, maybe that's not true, but I think a lot of people don't care about Legacy, seeing as the game had such a low player pop over the last, like, few months. I mean, I guess you did. I don't really know what you were doing, but I definitely feel like Legacy had definitely fallen off pretty hard there for a while. Jesus, for a normals kit, this guy's kit is insane. Oh my god, this is normals? Dude, this blue crafted gear is kind of disgusting. This is really good stats for norms. Gregus, it definitely matters. I don't think this game would even have survived, period, if there was no wipes. Wipes are crucial to games like this. Thoughts on tuning down the damage slightly to increase time to kill? I've always felt that higher time to kill, or... Yeah, I've always felt that longer time to kill is always beneficial. It makes games feel more skill-based. Whenever fights last like 1 or 2 hits, it feels very unfun for like the party that is getting dunked on, honestly. I do not, yeah, I definitely feel like that's the case. Well, if I'm gonna run a kit like this, I might as well grab a Biscorder stuff. No reason not to. This kit is our, this is like this is, yeah. it's already so expensive anyway. Might as well. Honestly, that is perfect. Exactly what we were looking for. Damage, action speed. Well, PoE is very different from a game like Dark and Darker. I feel like seasons in those games are just... Honestly, do you know what I think should have happened? If it was up to me and I was making the decisions, when I made PvE mode in this game, it would have been a completely separate mode. Completely separate, like no gear is transferable. And I would have made that mode a optional or not wipe at all. So PvE mode, you can kind of just play at your own pace, since I think wipes are no wipes are more of a casual thing, and wiping is more of like a, it's a little bit more dedicated. So I wouldn't mind if PvE mode had been that instead, like the no wipe mode. And then, you know, PvE could have been separate, so it would have had like HR and normals and all that stuff. Do you guys feel like that would have been better? Would you have preferred PvE mode to be its own separate mode like that? Alright, well, time to lose the Biss. Whenever I run gear like this, I just know I'm gonna die for sure. I know it's coming. Basically unavoidable. Oh, I should at least socket this gear, huh? Kind of silly to run this kind of gear and not at least socket this shit. I'm personally not a big fan of running kits like this in normals. I feel like normals is more fun just kind of running like just like decent kits. I don't really build like this for the most part, but it's not that I care about losing the gear. It really doesn't matter. It's just I feel like normals is a really fun spot to just have like low gear fights, and I don't really care enough to like min-max my gear here. Does additional matter to anything to rogue? Technically yes, but it's never worth stacking. It's just strictly worse than additional fizz. Used for boss loot? What do you mean? If PvE mode was completely separated, where you couldn't transfer loot between PvE and normals, or PvE and PvP, who cares what kind of loot you get? Doesn't matter. That's how it should have been from day one, considering how it's going. I love glitches in this game. Like, went through the thing. So weird. Well, I guess we're not fighting that barb. I don't really know what he's doing, so. Dude's playing like it's an HR match. Honestly. Kind of why I like bringing Crush. So you don't have to deal with the door meta. Yeah, this is quickly turning into a high roller game. Yeah, where one person runs away for like 20 minutes and then you end up eventually getting third party because the guy just doesn't fight you. This is literally how my HR games go. Yeah, to a T. Tell you what, the true sweats are in our game now, man. No new players to be found here. Not playing like this, that's for sure. Is that a cleric? Actually, that counters me. Smite DP cleric with quarterstaff? That's probably a counter. I don't think I can actually fight that, funny enough. I don't know. Can I beat that? I think I get stat checked because of the PDR. Do I have enough armor pen to fight that? Like, I have like 23% armor pen. That might actually be enough to fight that cleric. I probably can. Because I think this kid is too slow to run from his smite DP. Although, he still isn't fighting me, so... Well, I'm sitting here just wondering if I have enough armor pen to fight it, and I think I do. I think so, at least. Because that's what it comes down to, is armor penning his divine protection, so he's not at PDR cap. Because at 23%, you knock him from 65 all the way down to like 50. And 50% PDR is nowhere near 65. Those guys never fought each other, by the way. I'm so confused what's happening this game. Both of those guys spent the entire... Well, I guess the second guy was like... He did run away, but... That bar spent so long just running from me. I don't even know... I don't really know what's going on here. Should I just go to, like, the troll boss? Maybe? I think it's only us three in the game. I'd be shocked if there was anyone else besides me, that barb, and the cleric. Achilles strike lasts for 6 seconds, right? I think it's 6 seconds. I don't know if Achilles strike is worth using anymore with 6. When I was thinking they were gonna like add a timer to Achilles, I was thinking like BOC timer, like 12 seconds. 12 just feels really low. I have a really hard time justifying bringing that skill now. I was more hoping for a slightly longer duration. I do kind of feel like I should have longs with this build, but I don't know what I would drop. In HR, I usually just drop two-hander, but I don't know if two-hander is like worth dropping or not here. Oh wait, that is not a cleric. Wow, that was just straight stat check. That's all that was. Did I hit him more? I might have hit better headshots or something, but I don't feel like he had much chance there. This is I've never really been one to run like bis like this in norms, but this is like, all right, this might be a hot take. I think all crafted gear or most crafted gear should be purple. Oh, he's in full blues though. I mean, he's in a really good set too, I guess. I guess it's even. I don't know. I feel like this crafted blue gear, or this crafted gear that Barb has access to is really silly. Feels like it's really strong. But he's in good gear too, so I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it was more even than I gave it credit for. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe he hit me in the leg or something? Yeah, something like that. That's possible. Dex Regal. Feel like I'm supposed to grab that. That quarterstaff doesn't have 2 weapon damage. I'll just drop it. I don't know though. Regals don't sell for very much. Another kit for me to play? Yeah, I honestly, I might drop that Regal and just take the quarter stuff. I mean, if we're just playing normals anyway, we don't even need the legendaries, honestly. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, whatever. I'll just take the quarterstaff back. Well, I might have hit more headshots than he did. I'd have to, like, watch it back to really see what went wrong for him there. Yeah, but I do want that quarterstaff back. Quarterstaff pretty good. Hey, it's a decent one. So. I move like I'm in the fight in real life. Because I basically, like, this is me. I am the barbarian. No, yeah, I guess so. I guess ultimately that's an even fight. I mean, he had full crafted gear, so. I don't know. I just. I can't help but feel like maybe that like crafted like this stuff should be like purple quality. I don't know. If it was purple quality, then you wouldn't be able to bring it in norms. Like, and I'm like, do you need to be able to bring this kind of stuff in norms? I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, I think I did more headshots on that guy than he hit me. I think. I appreciate that, Jordy. I'm glad you've liked the streams for sure. What does one do against this build? Honestly, I don't even know. I guess you just kite me with range because I don't know how else I'm dying. I think this is gonna stat check most players in HR or in normals. I mean, generally speaking, I think most normals PvP is pretty balanced, but I don't know. This crafted gear is definitely pretty insane. That's true. If you move in real life, you're definitely you definitely move better. I can tell you that's confirmed. All the good Dark and Darker players will tell you that. The crazier you move in real life, the stronger you get. I want to see what that fighter's stats were. It's kind of interesting seeing quarterstaff fighter all of a sudden. I'm not used to seeing it. It's a very like weird setup. I mean, look at the stat difference. He has 130 health. I had 170. He has 7.8% action. I think I had 16 or 13 or something. He has 50 PDR, but I had 40. So I was still effectively more HP. I mean, I guess you can argue his gear is like not optimal because like Cobalt is well. Like, this could easily be, like, health stats and stuff, so... I guess, I don't know, I guess his gear is not, like, completely correct. He could definitely eke out 140 to 150, I think, in a gear like this. Hey, from England, welcome. Was gonna play, but you lost your Legendary Edition while you weren't playing during the migration window? I'm not sure if that's even possible to migrate at this point, unfortunately. You could try to contact Iron Mace, but as far as I'm aware, that is like long sailed. I don't know if that's a thing anymore. I mean, crafted socket, basically top of the end gear. Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you there. I know. That's why I said I wonder if gear like this should be purple. Like, should Barb even be able to run Wolf Hunter Tripelt in norms? I don't know. I guess that's really up to personal, like a personal thing, whether you think so or not. The guy I got it from lost. Yeah, but I third-partied him. He was running from a sorcerer, and then I hit him 3 times in the back when he was trying to run away from me to shut a door and killed him. So, Like, would I have killed this guy in a fair 1v1 fight? I honestly don't know. I'm not sure if I would have won or not, because he had a Wormall, too. Yeah, Space, it's really unfortunate that whole thing happened. It does suck. Like, having to rebuy the game that you've already bought is definitely not it's not a good feeling. It's a pretty shitty situation. I'd agree with you. If it was purple, you get to roll another piece. You think it'd be too strong? Yeah, but if it was purple, it would only be usable in Arena and HR. And you can already get legendary gear that would be better than than this is a purple, right? You can definitely get a legendary Northern Tunic, even if this had 3 stat rolls that I think would be better, or at least very comparable. So I don't know. Do you think that would be too OP? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Caves, like, all of a sudden went, like, yeah, started popping on a lot of geared players. Or when I played earlier, I couldn't get like, I wasn't finding any people. I had to go to ruins. Yeah, I don't know what changed, but... Used to be 3 rolls on blue anyway. That's true. That is true. I did forget about that. That blue used to have 3 rolls, not 2. I mean, hey, the foul boots have 3 rolls. You know, that's... Why do foul boots have 3 rolls? I wonder if that's a mistake. You think that's like a spaghetti code issue? Not really, but do you think that's like a oversight they made? Because every single other piece of blue crafted is 2 rolls, but for some reason foul is 3. That's gotta be an oversight. 100% Iron Mace probably has no idea it's even 3. Brave Hunter's 3 as well? Really? Why? That doesn't even make sense. Why is Brave Hunter 3? Oh, they nerfed the shit out of this thing. I'm pretty sure Brave Hunter pants used to be max health, right? Am I wrong? Or was it only Wolf Hunter legs that had max health? I don't think it had debuff duration. How hard is it to craft foul? I killed this guy. I don't even know how to craft them. If someone tells me who can craft them, I'll check. I don't even know. I guess Armorsmith? No. Leathersmith? Centaur tail, maggots, and gold coins. What does a centaur tail go for? So is centaur tail maggots? That's not too expensive to craft, honestly. I think that's like 1,000 gold to craft. Although, for normals, that is a pretty high cost. Especially when agility's not a great stat. I feel like I'd rather just wear, like, a well-rolled piece of, like... I don't know. I'd almost rather just wear a well-rolled piece of, like, Dex boots or Lightfoot or something. Oh, it was agility Dex for Brave Hunter. Yeah, and I think it was like 3-3. You know what? You're right. It's been a while since I've looked at them. The art is different too. I don't think they used to look like this. They used to look a little different from the picture. Yeah, you're right. I don't think I would ever buy Brave Hunter pants to use. Even in normals, I feel like that's not really worth it. Alright guys, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there for the night. Thank you all for watching the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed the discussion about Dark and Darker. I'm hoping that the next season turns the game around, because it is getting a little bit hard. For as long as I can get players in my lobbies, you know, I'm more than happy and will have fun streaming this game. Because, like, I can play normals and PvP. You know, it's fun, for me at least. So as long as I can do that, I don't expect the streams to stop or anything. If at any point though, like I feel like I can't get lobbies, like that might change. Might not have a choice. Hopefully this wipe comes soon and Iron Mace can figure out what they want to do with the update, so that way I don't have that feeling. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I will see you guys later. All right, GG's. Later.